It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims of Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Old North Church. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom, 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 boom.
There he is.
Yo.
I knew you'd come back.
I can't stay away. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. See, well, you know, I had to go to a wedding. You know, someone got married real quickly. We had to shoot out there real quick.
Babies are unexpected. That type of stuff happens, bud.
I can't name names, but you guys all know who they are. Yeah.
Right.
Can't name names, but
you got to do that, right?
You might know who they are. It was a shotgun wedding. Just kidding.
Hey, Vegas is legal out there. You know that.
What's that?
Everything out there. Everything out there is legal.
Oh yeah, dude. They had I didn't know that they have like I didn't know marijuana cannabis was legal, but they have like lounges.
They passed that law out there.
Yeah, you can go. You can actually consume inside the joint.
No kidding.
Yeah, so like they're trying to get it done in town where you can go in like a bar and sit down and do your thing. You know.
Huh.
In a safe environment, which I think is cool. No alcohol served, but just cannabis, you know, whatever. Hang out with your friends. It's like a cigar bar. Sort of speak. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. So tell me about Vegas. I haven't been there for a while, man.
Are they
still building everywhere? Like cranes everywhere? Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. So they still not as much as I was there like 15 years ago. You said they were like 10.
Yeah.
So it's cleaned up a lot. There's no more no more like the street vendors handing you the cards, you know.
Oh, come on. What do you mean?
No, dude. They don't
need none of that?
No, nope.
No, not even like a little slide?
Nope.
Like
Nothing, man. Nothing.
What?
It's all it's families and conventions and
we turn it into a Disney in the desert.
Yeah. So the Sphere.
Yes.
Oh my, what a way to see a concert.
Really?
It's like you're in like a 3D movie. Dude. It's crazy. It's crazy seeing the Grateful Dead there. Like Dead and Company, I should say.
Yeah.
It's 18,000 people inside of a dome that's round with all the lights and pictures coming around you. Like you felt like you were flying through stuff, and it was nuts, dude. It's definitely worth it if you like anybody, because they do all kinds of shows out there, like dinosaur show, whatever. Go to the Sphere is the big attraction. Yeah. And the same weekend I was out there last weekend was AC/DC was out there. So then AC/DC, Dead and Company, and another big show. They had 3 shows in the convention going on, and you felt like nobody was there. They could
really,
because they can handle that business, that traffic, like
the volume.
There's rooms and everybody Ubers. No more taxis on the road, dude. There's no taxis. Uber everything's all rideshare.
Huh?
Really crazy. That's cool. So you don't have the yellow cabs beeping.
Yeah, remember them. Yeah.
It's all town cars, fucking Bentleys, Suburbans.
Yeah.
Wow. I stayed at the Encore, which is a part of Wynn.
Okay.
And,
Yep.
They had an adult pool and stuff. It was kind of cool. We just hung out. We had a cabana for 2 days. Just hung out and just chilled.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Isn't that awesome when you don't even your plan is to do nothing?
Yeah.
Like, that's your plan.
We decided that's the way to do it.
That is
we had one place to be, you know, that was it.
Right here.
That's it.
Yep.
That was it, man. No really good plans. The flight we had, we flied JetBlue, and they have now what they call Mint. And then I didn't know this, but we actually had beds to sleep in.
Well, of course, you're in a hotel guy.
No, in the fucking plane.
What?
I had my own. Melissa and I had our own bed.
You fucking shitting me, guy.
No, reclined down to lay flat, and had my own TV.
They have blankets.
Yep, had
Really?
everything, dude. Yeah, it was like you had your own. Yeah, JetBlue has them now. It's called I think it's 5 hours and over where they go with the Mint class, and it's
they just go up and make it like do a circle and come back, and so you can go up and do your business and come back down.
Mile High Club,
Circle Club.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone hasn't done it in there yet. Yeah, but it's the first like 4 rows, and yeah, you can lay flat down. I watched the hockey game on the way back last night. I watched the Tampa Bay and the Florida Panthers game.
How was that? Good?
Yeah, it was a good game. It was like, and then I watched the Dallas and the Avalanche game for a while. And then we got home. So.
Like bum out because of the Bruins.
Yeah. Man. So I saw Brad Marchand skating around.
Really?
Well, he's with the Florida Panthers now.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He's on the third line, dude. He's the third line guy. He's Charlie Hustle, though.
Sometimes you need someone like that in that line, you know?
Yeah, he's the smallest guy out there, man. But I tell you what, he's Charlie Hustle, man. He was all over the puck. Yeah, it was good to see. Yeah, so it was nice. It was nice. I'm glad to be back, though. Miss the dogs.
Of course. How can you not, man? It's the first thing you do. Minute you get to the airport, it's like, where are the dogs?
Right.
Yeah. Wait, first, that's the only thing on my mind when I was there. Yeah, I remember that.
So cool. But that's it, man. That was about it. You know, the wedding was good.
Yeah.
Good.
Nice. I'm glad you went to the concert, John Mayer. Same as he was.
Dude, I'll send you some pictures, man. So they would do when he was playing guitar, or Phil Leach was playing the guitar, lead singer for the Dead, and they would make a picture of him on, like, in concerts they have like the screens of them playing. This projection was like 8 stories tall.
Jesus.
So, like, it was like you could just sit back and then just look down. It was like the sound, because you're in a dome.
Yep.
All the Grateful Dead, logos going over here, and
yep.
It was fucking insane. They did a residency out there it was only on weekends, but it was like from 1st of April, no, for February maybe, and we just saw the last weekend they were there, and I think New Kids on the Block are coming out, and all those people coming out there.
Yeah, because all the boomers now have money for tickets.
I'm telling you, man, the place is like
back then.
If you get a chance to go to the Sphere and see one of your bands, go check it out.
See, John May is my kryptonite. If he comes around, I can't not go see him.
Oh, dude,
I love him in concert. There's just something to me that's music. He can play the Grateful Dead. Like, dude, he plays everything.
He was amazing. He's amazing to watch. The whole thing was great.
Very talented, very, very talented guy.
So there's only 2 of them left. Rourke, I think is the drummer. He's 81.
Yep. Oh my God.
Yeah, the other guy's Phil Leach is 79, 70
Well, think about it, Mike. That's only a couple years away from us, bud. Time's ticking. Time is ticking. I wake up every day and I do a couple things first thing in the morning, and usually when those are done, the first thing I think about is like, man, life's getting short. This is one ride. That's it. It's all we got.
Yeah, you're only on this planet for a small time, man.
That's it. A blip, if that. Oh my! So Mike, you missed a little bit of stuff going on. Okay,
fill me in, bro.
Bev's still a bitch. Hank, that dude ain't the dude he started the trial with. You'd be surprised if you saw Hank yesterday. That boy grew a set of brass cojones like he's never been slapped in his life. Like people get like that, they get real big until they get into a fight. Then they just kind of.
Yep.
He was like that. Yeah. Very aggressive, his tone, very at especially him. Yeah, I mean, it was. I heard more people yesterday complain about Hank's behavior than anything in the whole entire other trial, including the verdict. That's how bad it was yesterday. and that was a bad verdict last year. So,
is she going to let him in?
Flip a coin, dude. Flip a coin.
Really?
And you know what? It's all over. Get this, dude.
Billing?
It's not just the billing. Mr. Wolf and his ex-wife shared a cell phone plan. Somehow, some way, for whatever reasons, they decided not to be together. One person who had the account took the account and shut the account down without notice.
Right.
So the poor guy goes to use his phone, and guess what? It doesn't work. He needs to go get a whole new phone, whole new provider, and better yet, he's got zero access to any of the emails that came in on the phone.
Well, or text messages or like emails you can get from
gone. No good.
You can get emails off a computer though. You just log back in. I mean,
he had no access to his T-Mobile account. So if I sent him an invoice that is T-Mobile, he can't get it. It's gone forever.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
So
wow.
Because of that situation, right? And that problem that he had with his whatever, that was the outrage Bev was referring to, I do believe, because that's like the only thing that was a real big poke from Hank yesterday about those texts and contact communication.
And how did he do with Rentschler, Dr. Rentschler?
It was nothing. It was really just, man.
So
oh my
Dr.
God,
Wolf
dude.
Was the focus of the voir dire, basically?
Huh?
So Dr. Wolf was the focus of the voir dire, like they had him on the stand the most?
Him. Specifically him. Yep. Absolutely. And they were Hank's like trying to get him to admit something that he just didn't have the answer to. You know how frustrating that is?
I heard him say something, stop hiding behind the jury. Like, stop using the jury as an excuse, like why you did what you did, something like that.
No, here's what happened, okay? Dr. Wolf, in his attention to detail and his, I guess, abilities, he just pumped out a document. You know how Nan can sit down and just there goes a document, perfect, right? It just comes out of her brain to her fingers.
Right.
That's what he did and gave it to Alan Jackson, for example. Alan Jackson, if you're going to ask me about the vehicle impact, I can't speak to that because I didn't inspect the vehicle.
Right.
So that was a bullet point that he gave Alan Jackson that he could talk to during court.
Right.
Hank's big thing is I didn't get that email. I didn't get that memo or document. And he's trying to say that he, Mr. Wolf, is working for the defense. Technically, and this is what I don't know why he doesn't say, well, yeah, I was hired by the FBI in regards to Karen Reed, who's on the defense. Technically, he is hired, right?
Yeah, you're right.
As is Ian Whiffen. That mofo's hired too by the state of Massachusetts.
Right.
They're paying that guy.
Yep.
He's not just coming here for free. He sucks.
How did he do with Cross against Alisi?
Dude, no.
Did Bob Alisi chew him up?
Bob Alisi.
They chewed him up, huh?
The judge had his hands behind his back, and then she ball gagged him.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was so
blatant.
Yeah. And he's trying his best. And you know what's messed up? Hank took, I don't know, what? 45 minutes to 50 minutes to talk to one guy.
Right.
And just keep badgering and badgering. The minute like Alan or David ask a question, let's move it on. You've asked that question before, Mr. Yannetti. Can we move it along, Mr. Jackson? Like, she won't let that
happen.
That attention, that rah right at you. She won't allow that from our side at all. And not that they come off aggressive. However, the way, if any of our, I'm sorry. If any of Karen Reed's attorneys acted an eighth of the way that Hank Brennan acted, the judge would kick him out of the courtroom. It was that bad, Mike.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So it was bad. It was really bad. And Barry Lewis, man.
Yeah. What about him?
Freaking awesome.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
No, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Barry. So yeah,
Wow.
so
we get
it's
Jen
gonna be
McCabe today.
interesting. Today we get Mrs. Jen McCabe. You ever heard of that lady?
Snaggle.
That'd be the one.
What's up with this rock that was in the yard? We try to talk about. So it's a rock. You think it has something to do with?
Did you see it at all?
I did. Yeah, I did.
It's just a rock, right? That they painted
like a beach rock.
Yeah. Right. There was no divorce. Is that it? Okay, I was told that there was. So I'm not sure about that, but that's him. Regardless, either way. So the rock, Mike, somebody painted a rock and left it on the front lawn of 34 Fairview when the jury came to inspect the scene. They put Kieran's car there again, and there's a rock that's painted. And that's all cool and everything, right? Yeah. It's all right.
Does it say anything?
Yeah, Albert's.
Are you shitting me?
No, and it looked like there was blood on it, as if someone hit his head on it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah.
Who has the fucking balls to do that?
Well, so right, I'm poking around yesterday, right, and someone's talking about the rock, and I'm looking at this website, and all of a sudden, we have painted rocks, Mikey. Look at this. So you asked, who paints rock? This is the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Michael Morrissey. This is in Canton.
Oh,
Michael Morrissey, Norfolk County District Attorney, right? 45 Shawmut Road, Canton, Mass.
Right.
So yeah, there's your rocks. There's your rocks. Oh, I didn't tell you, Mike. I probably should, by the way, seeing how, let me pull this up. So I read an email, Mike, and it inspired me.
Okay.
So
you get the shit eating look on your face right now. I don't know what to think of it.
All right. Let me share this for you. So this is what I did yesterday. Please see the attached FOIA request. Norfolk County District Attorney Public Records.
Yeah.
No return of unsendable, so it was received.
Okay.
Blah 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 blah. My name is Thomas DeRosa, who, after thoroughly researching the Karen Read case in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, has chosen to side with justice in the Constitution of the United States in making my personal reasoned determination that Karen Read is factually innocent. I have been part of the Karen Freed movement since 2023. To anyone, whether civilian, district attorney, or specially appointed district attorney, who has provided my name, identifying information, demographics, address, social media handles, email addresses, telephone numbers, and other personable identifying information to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office,
a CAT team,
to the Massachusetts Special Police and the Massachusetts CAT team,
there you go,
to fact witnesses in the Karen Read case. I hereby reiterate that you do not have my consent to procure or possess this information.
Right.
Why would they have my information, Mike?
You knew that, Tom. That happened years ago.
I know that, but there's no legal right for them to have my information. I haven't done anything wrong.
Well, whatever's public, they can get whatever. But
this is true.
Yeah. But good. Yeah.
But to rely on
I'm glad you have it. I'm glad you have it in writing, so you have, you memorialized it, and if something ever happens, you can refer back to this.
Yep. So I'm hereby demanding a copy of all materials, including the aforementioned information as it relates to me and my person within 10 calendar days. So yeah.
Can I just say something real quick? I don't mean to, but up the top, you put an R at the end, it should be an A. FOIA.
Where are you? FOIA. FOIR.
A.
F. Freedom.
Freedom of Information Act.
Information request.
No, act.
Oh, it's the L. Okay.
Just resend it. That might be a reason for them to bounce it. You know what I mean? Just a heads up.
Yeah.
You do what you want.
I'm still requesting this information, regardless of how I
Right.
headed it, right?
Right. Yeah.
But I mean, they don't have any reason to have my information, let alone yours, let alone anyone else's, unless they did something wrong.
Wow. And how's the peaceful protesters going? How they doing down there? Okay, no comment. Okay. All right. Leave it at that. Crickets, huh?
Mike, there was a time not so long ago
Go far, far away in a distant galaxy. Yeah.
that it was a wonderful place to be.
It was. It really was. I'm not gonna lie.
And they have made it very clear to themselves that they do not want me there because I am not invited.
Oh.
Last time I was there was a person on the Karen Reed side that was just F out of here. What the F you doing here? You don't effing belong here. Effing go home. Get the F out of here. You're a effing AA, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
Like nonstop. Like that's all he just kept saying. F this, go home, blah, 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 blah. So
yeah.
I just laughed at him. But I will tell you this. I am going tomorrow to the courthouse in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm going to be on the other side of the buffer zone, not where the church is. I'm going down the other end.
Yeah.
All right. And anyone that wants to come down and hang out and bring in a lawn chair, we'll hang out. It's gonna be a nice day like this.
There's people gonna be there tomorrow.
Yeah. Bring some dollars. There's a game. It's called Left, Right, Center. I don't know if anyone's played it before.
Tomorrow's 70 degrees, baby.
Yep. So yeah, there's things we can do. So if you want to come down, hang out, we'll get some breakfast down at the diner.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you don't know where that is, it is exactly in front of the post office. So if you go to the post office in Dedham, we're gonna be right down that side. You're not gonna be able to miss.
We'll find you.
I mean, it's not like I'm not live.
No.
So right. I mean, so I plan on going tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't switch between screens when you weren't here.
Yeah.
So I just stayed here. So, but yeah, I mean, I'd like to see if you guys 10 people show up, I'll be happy. Really. I mean, anyone who wants to come down, please do. More than happy to spend the day with you.
Any more arrests or anything like that going on?
Just bow. And he retained, we believe, we don't know, but we're left to infer that he got the DUI guy, which is really good. Like
That's interesting. Wow.
And he knows the people, and yeah, he's a good guy. He's who we want.
I'm glad he's chipping in. I'm glad he's, putting his time in something,
Whether he was invited or to help Karen or whatever, he's now he's fighting
for the First Amendment.
He's fighting for the bigger good here. Yeah. So it's good to see him part of this fight because again, right? We want everybody in. We want everybody, right? Especially his talents.
Yeah. Right.
Look at what Nana's provided us in the short time that she's been around.
I know. I love that girl.
I mean, legit. We're ready to jump off a building 2 weeks ago over some stupid ruling. Remember?
Right.
And she's like, no, it's all right. We're good. And she walked us down, and man, we're blessed.
I know. She's awesome.
It's dynamite.
Yeah.
Dynamite. Love Nan. What else? No more arrests. Nope. You know what? No blue people down there. No supporters for John O'Keefe.
I was going to ask, how's the O'Keefe family? Like Mrs. O'Keefe. So I didn't see her in the back screen a couple of times.
Nothing.
Interesting that about both the 4-wheel drive and this whole Kerry Roberts thing is kind of going sideways, huh?
She lied on the stand.
Well, I was here for that. I couldn't believe that she lied. Yeah, that was on Thursday, I think it was.
You know what? Anyone that's listening, lie your ass off. And all you got to say, I didn't understand the question. Get our jail free card right then and there.
No way.
That's all you got to say. Oh, I know I answered yes to that question, but I didn't understand it. So the answer now is no.
Oh my God.
It's the most ridiculous. Again, you can't script this. If you went to Hollywood with this, they'd kick you out. Get out.
Go find
a hospital somewhere. Go.
You're crazy. Like, what are you talking? No one's gonna buy this.
And then they did what?
They painted a rock?
They're looking for nude photos? What?
What's the motion filed? What was this motion filed? He's a war pig.
Oh, I haven't heard that in a long time.
I know. Black Sabbath.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Someone said, did you hear about the motion file? Is that the KP stuff and the next door neighbor and the couch?
Yes.
Sofagate. I missed out. I missed out the Sofagate. TB still dropping bombs, right, Turtle Boy?
Of course.
Dropping bombs.
And it's sad. If they're paying for a couch, Mike, right?
Who's they?
Jen McCabe.
They can put this together, like they can link it. You think they get trails, a paper trail? Maybe, yeah. Okay. Wow.
How come they're not paying for freaking supporters outside for John, their friend? You know,
my friend,
who I loved. Not one person down there with a flag, not one person with a sign, not one person in a blue sweatshirt, Mike. Nothing. But they're paying for Kate to keep up this bullshit online. That's not even real. That's the beauty of it all, dude. It's not even real. They must know something's happening, so they're getting rid of all their money right now. They're giving it to Kate because I don't think this is going to work out too good for Miss McCabe or Matt.
So if we get, so they're all done with the voir dire. We don't know if she made a ruling yet, but she's not gonna. We're not calling. So obviously, we're not calling the crash daddies the next day because it's not going to go with the prosecution. So they're going back home. They're going to do their thing, and then you call back up again, spend more money. Okay.
Right. And it really is like that. And it's sad, Mike. It's so sad to see the way the judge is so nonchalant. Yeah, get him here in front of me. I want him here now.
Hank knows that the prosecution was able to call them too for free from the DOJ.
Absolutely.
All right.
But Lally didn't do that.
I know.
So he's pointing at the defense, not Lally.
Right. Lally had the opportunity to call him. Just here's
100%, didn't he?
Yeah, he chose not to. What the fuck?
Remember that thing he kept stalling about the evidence and stalling and Lally? Yeah, I emailed him and I'll be 3 weeks or whatever. Nah. No.
Well, Lally played hide the ball pretty good, man. That's one thing about Hank and those guys is that the discovery motions were kind of like on a deadline, and the whole thing about trial by ambush. I feel like Hank's ambushing more of the defense than anybody with those videos at the end of Karen in her own words, and like, what the fuck is that all about?
Exactly. Absolutely, Mike. You're so right on the money with that.
And Karen can't get, no one can respond to it because it's like after the witnesses got down from the stand. Then they play a clip from the, Unsolved Mysteries or whatever.
Right.
And it's like, okay, where's the rebuttal for this? How do you, wait, can the defense say something like, so I know that they put a motion in to see if they could stop it, but it looks like, I don't know if they've been playing stuff this week or did they play anything yesterday with her? Okay.
No. And if, again, Karen's side, doesn't get that opportunity to do things like that. But yet, Hank, no problem. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't want trial by ambush. I think Hank has realized that he's got a big fight against them. Like because obviously, what I've been seeing is they're protecting the McCabe's.
Absolutely, yeah.
So the whole Celebrate thing was basically to cover Jen McCabe and to show John's not moving. But what killed me was I was watching a little bit of it and it was like he wanted to keep it in meters and not keep it in feet.
Yes.
So the 80, because we all know that the 80 feet is the distance from the curb to the house, and he wanted to keep it at like 25 meters. I was like, this guy's slick. And then, of course, Bob Alisi transfers that back into metric, feet, not meters, and not the Canadian way. And Ian Whiffen looked like he aged a couple of years in the last year.
He's got you notice that too. He's looking a little raw.
He parsed his words pretty good because he doesn't want any bad blood with Celebrate, but basically he sounded like word salad to me, to the jury. Honestly, it really. I mean, if I was a juror and I was listening to some of the things he was saying, be kind of like, yeah, I get it. I kind of get it. But the whole thing with driving again up a hill, I think I heard that's kind of what caused the. I can't believe they're actually gonna. I mean, they're gonna eat that up.
How many false positives do you think there would be if that was the case with everybody here in the world with an Apple phone? How many?
Oh my God, all day long.
Yeah,
all day long. If you want to ride, I mean, you get the because Turtle Boy went down that road. It's as flat as you can get. There's no elevation to it. You know, no. I mean, come on. I mean,
and then again, right?
Yeah.
Mike, Matt McCabe said he saw a 3-point fucking turn.
I know. That was the original story.
They never said, did you or did you not see it? And why is it on this paper?
Right.
Oh, Proctor got it wrong? Well, the jury needs to hear that.
Well, you know the prosecution, they call him Mr. Proctor.
That's going to be a whole interesting thing, huh?
Oh, it's gonna throw a curveball right into the prosecution's. That's why I say there's not even a chance for a conviction. Not even close. Not even close. It's not even nothing. Yeah, Hank is desperate. You're right, man. He is absolutely desperate. And desperate people do desperate things. That's what I don't like. And it seems to me like he's getting desperate. And I mean, to attack Dr. Wolf is
no
ballsy.
need.
But the way I took when Rentschler got there and sat down, he's a little bit older than Wolf, about the same age as Hank. And he just looked, and I can see the eye contact between Rentschler and Hank, like, go ahead, motherfucker, take your best shot. You got nothing, man. I got everything on you. I'll smart you to death. Because, I mean, what I saw was like he was complaining that Wolf wasn't submitting his minutes to somebody. He was just writing them down. And he was like he was salaried. There was a whole big thing about being salaried or being paid. I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You try to catch him in the wrong phrase of words so Bev can use it against them and dismiss him. You know, and he must have asked the same question, 5 times in a row?
At least,
and
right?
And then he would do the old, Yannetti, that's not the answer to my, I want a yes, no, you know, like he was doing to Kerry Roberts or whatever. Hank's on the play into that one a little bit, you know, I want a yes, no. I want a yes, no.
And again, if any of the defense acted that way, it would be so inappropriate that the judge, I think, would say, leave my courtroom. But with Hank, it's like, yeah, well, it's okay. Let him go. He's had a rough day. He's just let him go. Just let it get him out of the system. She's letting him continue.
Do you understand the amount of corruption he's trying to cover up right now, people? let him have his way. Let him have his way.
Yeah.
Are they starting at 9 today, or is it a half day, or what?
She never starts on time.
She's back to that again already?
Back again, half days.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Do we have a full day today?
You asked Miss Beverly. Planning wise, yeah. Let me look for the stream now. I mean, she hasn't started on time once, Mike.
You know, she's got everything she's wanted. She's got the buffer zone.
Yep.
She's getting people that don't need to be there, not to be there. And she's got a better prosecutor. I've noticed Laura McLaughlin's not sitting at the first desk anymore.
Yeah, why?
I don't know. There's somebody else there. And I've also noticed, if you'll notice, there's a young kid who argued at the federal level, or maybe it was the state level or the federal level, about the double jeopardy. He's been sitting in the back, and then now he's sitting at the front desk for the prosecution. He's a young bright kid. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with that first desk.
And you know something, Mike? It's funny. Where's that picture? I have it here. Let me find it. It's still open. Yesterday, was it? Yes. No. The other day when they went to the View 34 Fairview, where the Rock was, that's the one I want right there. Check this out. Share screen. This happened to be there. These dudes.
Are you the duels?
These dudes here, these guys, these are stadies, undercover. The guy's got a bad way to handle it, but either way. Radio.
Oh yeah.
Carrying a piece. So the shoes did giveaway. The haircut, not so much. The shoes, definitely. They're
Jesus.
at 34 Fairview, and there's a rock there that says Albert, and it looks like a blood stain on it, and you're gonna let that happen?
I wonder if the jury. Wow. Anyway, we can't tell.
We definitely have to ask something about that after the fact.
Well, yeah, Corey's there saying some people might be with the DOJ right here. Who knows?
That would just be dynamite. I mean, really, right? And again, right? At what point does the federal government step in, right, and say, "All right,
oh man,
enough. We gotta do something. This has got to stop."
Man, no, the lines are chirping and people are just talking. Who knows? I thought someone said there was the Dougals. I'm not sure if it was or not. I find it interesting though.
I can't find the stream, guys.
Why?
I don't know. It's not coming up.
Stop it, Tom, will you?
907, and I can't find the freaking feed.
So, this is on you.
I got it. I'm just. Oh, what's this?
It's on channel 20. It's on channel 25.
I'm on 25. I don't even have a fan. There we go. I refreshed it. Got the fan. Check. Start share screen. That's our fans. Oh, close that. Close that. Open that. And that's all the way up. So, chat. What's up, chat? Oh, real quick, everybody, please. Whether you're here now or watching on replay, please hit that like and subscribe button. We're real close, Mike, to 7,000 people. So we need like 40 people left. We need 40 people to get 7,000 subs, which is pretty remarkable.
That'd be cool, man.
Yeah.
What 8 months? Not even 8 months. 7 months.
Not even. Yeah. I'll take 1,000 a month.
Well, don't forget your Tom CPU channel is still
that's still going. I saw Mike. I'm still getting views. I
have
over 14,000 over there.
Yeah,
Mike.
I saw that.
14,000. Yeah. And it's funny because the people at Tom CPU, hey guys, how you doing over at Tom CPU?
Old schools.
They don't. Yeah, that's kind of badass. They've been there from, I want to say, day one too.
Yeah.
So CPU stands for Central Processing Unit. It's the actual chip that goes inside the computer.
Yeah, Tom needs a new reboot for his fucking head.
Yeah. You know what it is? I need to get away. A weekend would be great.
Something.
Something.
Go down to Foxwoods. No,
I did. I went to Foxwoods.
Oh, that's right. You were down there.
I went down. So, long story short, when my grandmother died, we left and went down to Foxwoods for the day, and we all won. I had 5 8s in a row dealt to me at blackjack, so I just kept splitting them. I had 5 hands in front of me. I won on 4 of the 5.
Wow.
Yep. So every holiday, now that my mom passed away, we now go for my mom and my grandmother. So it's kind of
they love Foxwoods.
We went to bingo, Foxwoods bingo. We don't really go for the gambling. We just do the big bingo there because you win $1,000 cash.
Did your mother win at bingo down there?
She did good at bingo.
Yeah, I had an aunt that was in the bingo. She loved it, dude.
It's just luck. It's whatever's in front of you, man.
And the people playing like 5 or 6 cards, the things going and fucking.
No, that's a secret that not too many people know about me. I'm a bingo guy. I'll go to Foxwoods to play bingo any Sunday. Love it.
They have bingo like for big dollars too. Like
Mike.
10,000, 5,000. Right.
Big bucks. Yep.
How many people in that room?
Oh, geez, that'll hold 1,000 all day. And you know what? No smoking at Foxwoods anywhere either. Anywhere.
Jesus.
Yeah, no smoking anywhere. Can you still smoke in Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. People are ripping cigars all day.
No kidding, huh?
Yeah.
What's the big fad you saw out there? Like, what's the big thing? When I was there, it was that Froyo stuff. Remember Froyo?
No. Frozen yogurt?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That's relative. We didn't have that growing up.
Oh.
So when I was out in Vegas, that was like the big thing. It was froyo everywhere, you know. What was the big thing out there now?
How clean it is. I think it's
Really,
just like more family orientated. Like, and it's
no billboard trucks.
No,
really?
No, dude, no.
How'd they clean that up?
I don't. Dude, it's just. I don't. You know, again, I was out there when it was wild and crazy, when it was nuts.
Oh
like,
yeah,
you know, it was nuts, and it's completely different. I think they're I don't know. I think they try to get more families to go with the Sphere out there. They have like this dinosaur jungle thing going on inside. And
did you see more families?
I did.
Really? So all right. So it's working good. All right.
But it was school vacation week too. Don't forget.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but
flights, it would. I think Vegas would be better without the adult stuff pushing in your face.
Dude, it was. You know how it was back then.
Yeah. Oh my God, couldn't get away from it. Even give it to girls. If you're walking, breathing, here's a flyer.
I mean, going down, like when I would go to Vegas, I'd be there for business. I'd be coming downstairs in a suit at 7:30 in the morning, and there's people literally in tuxes and drinking and partying. I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Yep.
So yeah, that kind of. I didn't do that at all. I think I didn't make it past 10 o'clock one night. I didn't go out at all. Not one night.
Kidding.
Nope. We got room service, stay in the room.
I was gonna say, if you're staying in a nice room and stuff, it's kind of you want to be in the room, you know. So yeah,
you should see the view I have. I'll send you some pictures of it. It was incredible, dude.
Any talk about the that guy that shot from the windows?
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. Yeah, it was like the guns don't line up with the amount of shots.
Does.
Yeah, so
a lot of things are wrong with that, Mike, and no one's talking about it.
You're right. You're exactly right. So
and I don't know why.
They think they're trying to figure out how they get him mounted from the ceiling, like a copper gun, right? And because the amount of firearms that was spent versus what he would have had up there to do it would have been like
unmuted.
5 or 6 AK or AR-15s with like 400 clips.
Yeah, big rounds.
Yeah, here we go.
Cindy, I'm sorry. I'll be there tomorrow. Come on down.
I'm telling you,
Cindy, I'm sorry, but I mean, when you get kicked out by the people that are there, what do, right? I mean, and there's only 7 or 8 people there anyway, so I'll be there tomorrow.
Mandalay Bay. I thought Mandalay Bay was still there.
Bay. Yep.
I think it was still there.
Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Isn't they name that something like that?
Treasure Island.
Treasure Cove, is it?
Yeah. I think that whole boat show is gone now.
With the warships fighting each other?
Yeah.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I do have to ask you those.
Here we go.
Questions. Were you all able to
she was good today.
The instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Sunlight's the best disinfectant, right?
Yep.
Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
Yeah, faith of truth. Vegas is good for a weekend or two, you know.
Yeah.
4 days. Yeah. I couldn't imagine spending. Oh, no way.
Too hot.
No.
Yeah. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday when we were on our view at 34th Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front.
A rock.
Like a rock.
Oh, really?
If you saw that,
go home.
Disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th.
Bitch.
2022. Thank you.
Yeah, ignore the rock.
Back, please.
Oh, this guy. Ah. Me and Aussie had a good talk about this guy yesterday, Mike. And last night, I was on a show last night for maybe an hour.
Yeah.
We're talking about this guy a lot. And none of the data he's talking about is right. It's wrong. Some of it's blatantly wrong.
What's he doing back on the stand today?
They didn't finish the cross with him for whatever reason.
Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Oh, because they wanted to avoid you? Oh, okay, good. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they literally cut Bob Alisi off in the middle of a cross exam to do a voir dire. Are you
Yep.
fucking kidding me?
Nope. Yeah.
Oh my god, I've seen it all now. Oh, there's Laura McLaughlin. She's back, and another person. That must be the IT guy.
The girl.
Maybe she's on. Maybe she's got kids and she was away on vacation. Who knows? It was
Your
school
Honor, if I
vacation.
may
You know.
address the court. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked. Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about money, and she was trying to get him in there for voir dires.
Sad.
May I
But
have
you know
your-
what?
Thank you.
We're paying for
Morning,
Ian,
Mr.
so
Whiffen,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
why does he have a computer open?
Whiffen, I-
He's allowed to reference his computer because he made slides and stuff for the jury.
43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffen?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffen, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffen that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Whiffen, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30, the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
I fucking love this guy.
Now, if you could
Yep.
continue on your
I fucking love this guy.
report, page 29, Mr. Wilk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth.
Good morning,
timeline in
Ian.
the Report.
Wake up, buddy.
If we could
Better
go
have
to
your A
page
game on, man.
29 and
Not
enlarge
today.
the text so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next
I'm gonna grab a
says
coffee.
from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
That's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters. And yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point,
yes.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
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 Done.
The next paragraph.
The fuck else? There you go. Boom.
Well, we'll stop
He
there
looks
for
tired,
a
dude.
moment, and I
Yeah,
would
he looks
like
tired.
to, Mr. Will, put back,
Yep.
go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again.
Check your Twitter.
Yesterday, you discussed Waze, the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect. No.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services
Yes.
would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while data from this data source at SQLite is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
What's up with the sidebars, buddy? You're on. Hey, you muted. You muted. Taught me muted.
So I'm looking at all the other channels, right? And
Yeah.
I'm counting them up. 67,000 people are watching this. That's just what I got this. And then I went back and I went to the live at the bottom.
Yeah.
There was a lot more, like Andrea Burkhardt and
Yeah.
Law and Crime Network had 21,000. Ended
Right.
up being 89,000 people I counted. That's just from the bottom of my YouTube feed that says
Wow.
live. It goes to all the
Right.
live shows. So I just added them up real quick. That's a
Right.
lot of freaking people, Mike.
Jesus Christ. Hey, this is Mr. O'Keefe.
Yep.
You know.
Peggy
Yep. She looks good, actually.
today.
She doesn't. I think. I mean, you know how we seen her last. You
Yep.
know,
Yep. No, she does look good
Last-
today. Maybe she got her hair done.
she did something. She looks good
Yeah,
today.
she-
Yeah.
Get her hair done. Yeah.
Yeah. She's nice.
That Paul wearing a red shirt.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So
Yeah, I got a new
you
hat.
can
Yep.
enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82.
Yeah, Ian seems a little uncomfortable today.
I didn't know
Crossed.
what time was that taken? Those circles. I didn't see the timestamp on
And at
that.
the very top
have to go back.
entry, you have
All right.
health, time 31:56.
I'll see if it comes back up again.
And then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't know.
Sorry.
Yep, you don't have to answer
Sorry,
that.
apologies.
That's okay.
Ooh.
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture.
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
Do you believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data
Well.
for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I
It-
reviewed it.
And you recall reading that
Tom, check your Twitter.
entire PowerPoint?
I got that
presentation?
timestamp for
I
you.
don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
This is a total block right here, dude. This is a total block.
Mike,
This is a block, dude. Jen McCabe's in the house. In the house. She's in Dedham. What's up?
every single freaking witness has had an issue. Kerry Roberts got caught lying.
Right.
There was a rock on the freaking lawn at 34 Fairview. And
Right.
this guy here says that, yeah, John's phone could have been in the house.
I know. I mean, it's just so much reasonable doubt, dude. It's already
It's not reasonable doubt, it's factual doubt here.
Well, my point, like, you know, my point, what I'm saying, you know, I don't want to predict anything, but because it's just
Yeah,
bad karma, you know.
I've been biting my tongue, bud.
Aiden Carney, Bob Alisi for the first time says that a Commonwealth handpicked the firm that employs multiple experts, including former State Police Lieutenant Andrew Klain, claims they know the exact second at 12:31 that John O'Keefe was struck by a car.
Yeah, sure.
They have completely boxed themselves in, as there is no way Karen Reedy could have made it back to John's house at 12:36.
Bob, boom.
It's over.
And
Yeah. Good
guess
job.
what? The
Good
video
job.
from the library that's missing would show her
Yeah.
at that time.
Yeah. Allegedly, someone else too, going through the center of town within those couple of minutes.
Yeah, maybe a female
Yeah.
driving people around like taxi.
Yeah.
Taxi.
Yep.
So we have Kerry Roberts lying. Let's write this stuff down because I'm sure it's going to get even worse. Hey, how many days since Enrique?
Oh man, I don't know, getting close to 200, right?
It's more than 217. That's my number I had
Jesus Christ.
from the 18th. It was 217 days.
We need to do another show on that.
Maggie Menendez, the one that was hit
Oh
by
yeah,
the
yeah.
103 days. Oh, Mike, let me show you what I got. Hold on one second. Let me go grab it.
Wait a minute. Someone please change the camera angle. Please change the camera angle.
All right, check this out, Mike. Take a guess at what this is.
I don't know, dude. What is it?
With this, you take this phone holder that they have, or
Yeah.
you get, screw it in. Put the phone in it, right?
Oh yeah, cup holder.
This I put on the ground.
Oh,
Guess what? The people that are viewing us, all our supporters, they can control this camera. 360 guy.
no.
They can turn it wherever they want to turn it. You guys will have the power to rotate this from your house.
That's pretty cool, man.
This is going to be a second screen so that you guys can, if you guys want to look left, look right, all that stuff. It's pretty modular.
Let's see tomorrow morning, Tom, how this all works. You might talk a good game. You might talk a good game.
I'm telling you, bud, I got a freaking microphone. See how that works out.
We must be getting. Are we getting close to Starlink yet?
Yeah, actually, we are. I was talking to someone with it.
Cool, but yeah.
Everyone I've talked to loves it.
Really?
Yeah.
You can use it from your house and everything too, Tom. You know what I mean? You can start,
So I can get rid of the cable, right?
Yeah, you're never going to be without internet, dude. You're going to have it all the time.
If that's the case, 1, 2,
yeah, I know.
3, 4, 5 phones I can get. If that's, I can connect them all to Starlink, so you guys can have like a complete 360 view or a view of different views and stuff.
Right.
So, trying to get there, guys. Trying to get there.
No Erin today either, huh?
She hasn't been coming to court a lot.
Who's that guy in the back row with the red coat on right there, talking in the back row?
No, that's Sue O'Connell. Kind of close.
Jeez.
Get the post on that one, but yeah, I can see how you can make a mistake. You know what she's doing, dude?
What?
Tomorrow morning, I'm going into court, and I'm going to ask for the list. I'm going to find out who's on that freaking list, because I have a feeling the list to get into the press pool.
It's a pool.
I have a feeling that Miss Sue O'Connell is the editor of an LGBTQ magazine called Bay Windows. She's worked for the Globe. She works for Channel 10. Is she putting her name in 3 times to get a seat?
Oh, good point. Good point. I don't know how those rules work.
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you this. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Of John O'Keefe. Let's go back to your timeline. Could be in the house, correct? 82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 1232.03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 1232.03 for that to happen?
Technically not.
Oh,
There
come
are scenarios
on.
that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
1232.04 is the next. It's a type unlock, device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 1232.05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 1232.06. We discussed this, it says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 1232.09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to
Whoa.
be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 1232.16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need the light, Mr. Lessie?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I got the entire report. Mr. Whitman?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you have, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Dorito about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
Maybe. So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take
Yeah,
it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, my
But
clock
the
is off. Yeah.
detected word is not on that slide.
Yeah, maybe we'll switch over to law and crimes
Does
site
Pocket
after the
state
break.
detected.
What,
I
to
guess it's
get
got
rid
two
of-
screens.
There
We got
was
two
an
screens,
active
I guess,
check
showing the
by
bench and
Doppler
showing
function,
this.
and it detected that it was
Really?
in a pocket state.
Check it out.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? To switch.
Oh no shit! I like
Thank you.
that. All right, we'll change it, guys.
All right. Thank you, chat, for that, guys.
Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. This is good view.
To switch. Thank you.
Live.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Much better. Can I do this?
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
I gotta turn closed caption off.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask,
append-
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffen?
Very, thank you.
Yeah, approach it.
Yes.
Mary, you all right?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's a software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Wolf, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. excuse me, this is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody
a
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr. Whitman.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor.
Is this funny, Miss Reed?
Yeah.
I'm just funny, Mr. Whiffen.
Fair, sir.
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees
The
Fahrenheit.
check's cleared. I'm ready to hit the airport. Okay, guys, let's go.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
we're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, it's a bit below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius.
Wow.
And it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it
Wow.
was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
Wow.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery. One set, sir. I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating,
Oh, Hank.
and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
With
it
Hank.
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry.
Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor
Oh,
Brennan?
yeah.
It was in my report.
It was in
Wow,
your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature, in your preparation for trial?
Yes.
Wow.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall,
Wow.
in my questioning in your
Wow.
report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the House of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Great. So you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct? Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffen. I'll be right back. Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can. Excuse me, Your Honor. One moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffen, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand this to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whitman, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe. Duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, that's 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Let me just say that.
Sidebar. And he just sidebar.
He's not doing very well here, is he? Didn't we want at least to tear this dude apart?
He's doing it sectionally. He's like carving pieces out, not hitting it.
You
Just
ever
just
seen a
taking-
wildlife where the mother takes the animal and like whacks it and almost kills it, and then
Yeah.
brings it so the cubs can play with it? That's what they're doing they're getting ready for Jen McCabe. They're just patting this dude around right now. This is playtime.
Who's that hag at the end of the press line right there on the right? Jesus
That
Christ.
would be Gretchen Voss. I do
Gross,
believe.
dude. She looks fucking beat up and put away wet, man. That girl. Wow. That's some hard living right there.
There's got to be something in the water on the other side, man. I don't get it.
I wonder if she ever had that burger with that what's his face from the
Yeah, they did.
Did they
This
go
is it,
there?
yeah, Traub, David Traub. Whenever
Yeah.
date with him.
Gross.
Oh, whatever, dude.
Or
What the
scrub
fuck?
myself
Oh,
with bleach. Yeah.
yeah, no. Bleach my eyes.
God.
This isn't going good. Look at them all. They're not. That's not confidence right there, my friend.
No. No. I mean, Ian Whiffen just put the phone in the house, as opposed to not in the house. I mean,
Mike,
can't
how cold
imagine-
is it? He's doing temperatures and he doesn't even know the freezing. But yet
doing-
he knows the freezing at Celsius because that's important.
he did a test at his own freezer.
Yeah. Now, let's try this. No control.
Right.
No temperature.
No controls. No nothing.
My
It's just
freaking
so-
multimeter's got a freaking temperature probe on it, dude.
Right. Right. And this guy's, I just did it at my house with a freezer.
I had to, when I was a biomedical engineer, I had to go around and test all the blanket warmers.
Right.
You know, when you get a
Right.
warm blanket,
Yep.
they can't burn you, and that warmer can burn them. So I have to put in a probe and get the
I'm
temperature.
told this seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
Oh boy.
Please rise for the jury.
I think Hank had to take a dump.
Keep your notebooks closed on your chairs, please.
Whole case is like that, Mike. It's bad.
Now, can Hank grab Ian Whiffen out in the foyer and just say, listen, what are you doing?
Yes.
All right.
Yep. They can talk out in the lobby, and they
yeah, I-
should, because this is not going to end well.
Whiffen seems to me, he might have all these credentials, but he did this case or this diagnosis, we'll call it, like
Yep.
at his house with whatever. Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
No shit, really.
If he was a level professional, he would have controls.
Right. The
So you
freezer,
need
sure.
to control the environment.
Right.
All right. And then
Yep.
you need to control and remotely check the phone.
Right.
Right. Just
This-
to watch
this-
the battery
yeah.
usage. Wait, open the door? No. All right. No.
So he's saying that he works for all these companies, right? But he might be doing this as a consultant from his house.
I'm
You know,
sure.
not
Yeah.
no,
No, he's
not-
remote working. Just
Yeah.
emails back and forth, making it look like
Right.
he's doing good.
So he's not
Yeah.
getting emails to his place of business. He's actually doing this as a consultant from his house. That's how I feel. I can't say
I wonder
that.
if that's a separate check.
You know what I mean? Like it seems like, well, I use my freezer. Well, what your home freezer, dude? Like, what you didn't use one at a controlled, engineer facility at Celebrate or wherever you're working from. But you say you work, that's cool and stuff. You wrote program, that's cool and stuff. But how did you process this data? What
Mike, that was my big problem with him yesterday. He would come out and just tell us this, boom. But he didn't tell us how he got there. All right,
Right.
this is what I did. I went to here. I
Yeah.
went to here. I did this. I did that. And it's not hard to do. It's very easy.
saying that I used my freezer just threw me for a loop there, and I didn't know what the temperature was. I knew there was a blizzard coming. So how do you have a control? Okay, how do you have a control of Canton? Right, you knew the temperature, and then you're trying to duplicate the phone to see what it drops at your house in a freezer. Makes no how do you compare the two? Right?
Stop.
Am I saying that right?
Show me the video. I'm sure you made a video, didn't you? It's easy to hit record.
That's in my slides. It's in my presentation.
Show me the video. At this time, I opened the freezer. At this time, the temperature was this. I put the phone back in the freezer for this long. At this time, I did this. The guy that's smashing freaking Lexus taillights, costing him a fortune. Please donate to that guy, please. He's a freaking gem. He has more control. The guy smashing the taillights than this guy that we're listening to, Mike.
Right. This
How
guy
can
has
he can't
I don't
determine that.
like he didn't do it for like I know he works for Celebrate and all this, or it writes code and stuff like that, but what does one have to do with the other, man?
That right there,
Yeah.
that is 100% intentional.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That was made to throw the jury off and confuse them. You know,
I believe
40,
that.
you know, I could have sworn he said 60 with his accent. Degrees Celsius, that's 141 degrees. I'm like, there's no way. It was 16. I misheard it. So,
oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hopefully the jury's writing it down. You know, obviously they are, but from Boston.
I mean,
I can't believe this guy from Canada is coming down here trying to say that he has a controlled experiment, like, well, not a controlled, that he actually works for these companies. He does other testimonies, but he actually does this out of his home office.
hey man, it's a good gig if you can get it, right?
Yeah, I'm basically saying,
we're doing the same thing, dude.
Tell me what you need. I'll make it happen. Like, I'll exclude things, include things. So he's had conversations with Hank and Nick.
Are they documented? Where are those emails? Because it has to be discovery turned over, doesn't it?
Right.
Didn't we have this problem yesterday with Hank screaming at the guy because he changed providers and he couldn't get access to his old email? Like,
could have avoided this guy, but you know what? I think the defense wanted him. They wanted him. They'll let him. Yeah, well, no problem. Put him up there.
Yep.
We'll punch holes in this thing all day long.
And that's exactly what he's doing. And he's got it to a point where you cannot do a test without a control. But better yet, it's in his report, the results.
Yeah, I know.
And he's relying on his home refrigerator to give us results on the phone. Just throw it in the freezer. Okay.
Then he's asked, what was the temperature of your freezer? What was below freezing?
Yeah.
No shit, dude. Yeah, we know that. But what? So he has no understanding of like how it's like chain of custody. Okay, I'm putting the phone in at such time, and the current temperature of the freezer is, say, 31 degrees Fahrenheit, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. But you really want to get it down to 18 degrees because that's the temperature of the cell phone, or that night it was 18 degrees. Okay. So what are we talking about here? You're spitting chiclets. He's not even talking about anything, dude. What are you saying?
But yet he's a Celebrate expert, Mike. Yeah, that's what he is. That's what they're relying on to say that Jen McCabe didn't do it.
I don't think for much longer. I mean, if Elise can tear him apart, Bob Elise can tear him apart this easily and ask him these basic questions. I don't think he's going to be. He's not going to use this in his CV as to what he's done in the past. Well, I was part of the Karen retrial. Right. Well,
listen,
I mean,
this is refrigerator gate. Here we go. Where's the picture of the refrigerator? I want to see it. Who bought it? Who bought that refrigerator?
Who made it? Yeah. What kind of brand was it? Okay. Was there any defects? Was there any recalls? Was there any meat inside the freezer? What'd you have in there?
Yeah. Come on. Give it to me.
How much
was it frosted?
Yeah. How much temperature did it drop if you left the door open for an hour? Like,
was there a fan inside of the refrigerator? Because some have fans.
Was it working? Was there a light inside the fan? How cold were the ice cubes?
Does he have a walk-in?
Right. I mean, yeah. Right. There's no control over this. Is crazy.
And they're relying on data.
Oh my God. A
thermometer. It's just a long piece of wire. It's nothing to it.
Yeah, you try. Yeah, all you do is put it from the outside, right? A wire.
Yes, just shut the door. The door will absolutely seal around the wire. It's just one long wire. I'll show you. Hold on a second. Jesus.
I can't believe that, man. Were the peas? What were the temperature of the peas that you found in the freezer after a year of being in there? Oh my God! Yeah, that's all you had to do.
Open the door. Done. I can tell you the temperature.
What was the last time you had it serviced? How much Freon was left in there?
Did he do a control first? Did
Right,
he
that's
see
what
that the refrigerator stayed at a certain temperature? Did it fluctuate?
How was the gasket on it? When was the last time you had it stabilized for temperature? There's so
This
many.
is absolutely freaking insane.
Yeah. This is
Mike,
stupid.
it's a freaking meter. He doesn't have a meter?
Right. Holy shit.
It takes you should open the door and shut it on the wire. You're supposed to.
Wow.
This tip tells you how cold it is. It's
The water, it was cold as ice. So we got I mean, the sphere was awesome, dude. Yeah. So we have him. Yeah, it could have been in the house. Now I did the test for my.
does he
my
need to
freezer.
borrow one? I have two. Actually
I have
three,
the-
but the other one is more.
I bet you he never thought he'd be asked that question. Who knows?
Of course, Alisi, the master.
Because he's
But,
probably saying to
Mike-
himself, okay, where did you test this? How did you test the cold? How did you know it dropped? How did you know it was going to drop this quick under these conditions? First of all, was the phone under John when they found it? Allegedly, it was. So how do you measure for that warmth or coverage of somebody laying on top of it, while the core temperature outside is say 18 degrees? Does it insulate it at this much? Like, where's the controls like a bioengineer would do, like Acker, or
Hold
that kind
on.
of thing.
Hold on.
Did you stick a thermometer up his ass?
Oh boy, this is gonna get interesting.
I know not everybody's an expert. How could this guy even get in?
Hold on.
Who are you calling?
Hey, you're live on tape, kinda. Listen, iPhone, broken one with the screen. My iPhone there, what was it? 14 or 15? Do you know?
It's a 13.
All right, iPhone 13. Can I come by and scoop that up? I need to do a test.
Needs a screen.
I don't care about the screen. I just need to power it on.
Turn it on.
Yes, I want to put it in the refrigerator and freezer and see how long it takes to do it.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
she's
I can do it, make a video and show people how easy it is to. But you don't. You gonna be around later on?
Yeah.
All right, I'll talk to you. But
that's
all right,
fine.
I have an iPhone freaking 13, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get it.
Power up.
It's at my shop. We're gonna charge that bad boy up.
Here's the other thing too.
And I'm
Tom.
gonna put it in my freezer. And we're gonna watch. We're gonna make a video.
Does,
And we're gonna do a real test
does
on it.
does your battery life from your old phone, whether it's you might have more than me, you might have more than John's phone, whatever, does that battery life of what time the phone went in there, how much battery life was on it? Because I guess maybe you can tell within the internal mechanisms. I'm not sure, but how long did it before it? Because the cold, as you know, sucks energy off that battery real quick from being outside. Because when you're walking around Dedham, when it's 35 degrees out, 40 degrees out, and it's cold and it's windy, you tell me, listen, I'm losing battery pretty quickly here as I'm talking to you, or I'm live streaming right now from Dedham. I just find it interesting that this guy just throws it into a freezer, uncontrolled environment with a bag of peas, maybe, right? And tells you what the temperature is going to be and how fast it's going to go down. And then tries to equate that to his phone being outside in 18-degree weather under a body, allegedly. Makes no sense.
You know how mad I am, Mike? You know how easy this is gonna be to do?
Well,
Legit.
It's there's reasonable doubt everywhere here. Like
Reasonable doubt. This isn't even. This is him making shit up.
It
This
is.
is making shit up because you can't do a test and have it be a valid test. And he knows. That mother friggin' knows because he has to validate all of the work that he does with Celebrate. He just can't go and write code and release it. It's got to
But
be
he's not-
checked, validated. He knows that process. What's his issue?
He's doing it as a second job as a consultant. Is what I'm
That's
thinking.
why. That's all it
Yeah.
is. And
Yeah.
yet he works for Celebrate and he's double. What's he moonlighting? What's his deal?
I don't know. Because he might
Is Celebrate on the hook for what he says? Because what he's saying about this phone and the fridge shit's wrong.
none of his
I'm gonna prove them bitches wrong, Mike.
none of those reports say Celebrate. If you notice that. There's nothing that
They made him. That's why
Yeah,
he made
that's
those
right.
graphs.
That's right,
Oh,
brother.
pretty. Oh, put a little graph over here
Yep,
and
yep.
happy graph over. He's a fucking
Oh.
Bob Ross of graphs. Here you go.
Nick liked it. Nikki and Hank liked it.
No, man, I'm
Oh.
mad. This ain't right.
I think I want to be a consultant. What do you want to be a consultant for? You should be a consultant for outdoor weather for cold phones, Tom. You should know because you've been out there. You know. Put it out there, make it a little website for yourself. We'll testify as a professional for
Oh, Mike.
cold temperature phones.
You ready, bud?
What?
I think I can trick I have a DJI handheld phone. I think I can trick that into showing me the battery screen that both batteries are in. We could put that in the freezer,
Right.
and one of the tests we'll do is we'll put the freaking thing on video. We'll live stream from inside the fridge, watching the battery life on a DJI camera.
I won't be watching that, Tom.
Dude,
You're a nerd, dude. You're a fucking nerd.
Yeah, guy.
Okay? You're a
Absolutely.
nerd. You're a
I'm
nerd.
freaking all into that. That's me. I got that.
You got it and take it
I got
all the
that.
way.
Yep.
The-
No, I got this, Mike. Don't worry. I got. Step back.
you're a
Don't wanna get
nerd.
hurt. Don't get hurt.
No, I'm not gonna watch. It's like watching a live stream of a lobster trap.
So this is the phone, right? I'll just turn this on. We're gonna record like waffles or something, right? And the iPhone will be recording this, and we'll see how long this takes to get smoked, right?
You have a great afternoon with that one tonight. You're gonna get your whole night planned
Oh
out.
man, I'm just thinking of the tests we're gonna do. Oh yeah.
Tomorrow morning, tune in.
Listen, the guy with the
Watch-
tail light. The guy.
What?
Don't send me money. The guy with the tail light, send him the money. The stuff he's doing, it's freaking awesome. I love that guy. Man.
Oh, God. The good thing against me is that he actually said, "I don't know what the temperature was of the freezer when I put the phone in there. It was below It was below freezing." Oh my God! Like it's what? What do you mean it's below freezing? How much below freezing? So, did you know how cold it was all that night? I knew there was a blizzard coming. So you didn't know the temperature?
Listen to me, Mike.
What the fuck, dude?
Mike, doing computers, right? The hard drives,
Yeah.
right, that are inside the computers. Sometimes they go bad inside. The armature that's inside, it stops reading writing. So in order to get the data off of that drive, you have to be able to spin it up, make it run.
Mhm.
One of the tricks I used to use, I used to take that hard drive and put it in my freezer. I'd freeze that freaking thing cold, rock cold.
What I'd do is put it in the microwave.
Yeah, but I'd freeze it and I'd go and I'd plug it in, and it would spin
Until it got warm.
and then it would But I would be able to scoop the data real quick.
I've always wondered why there was a fan on the back of my computer. Legit, I
Oh,
just
man.
didn't know why. Yeah,
Some of the hard drives were spinning 10,000 RPM, man. If that ever come
Yeah.
out of you, it would just like it wouldn't stop.
you've seen those Bitcoin farms, right? Where they have these just lines of servers.
Yeah.
They have to be temperature controlled.
You know what they're doing now? They're putting
What?
brilliant idea. Love you. Someone's using their brain. They're putting the Bitcoin miners in greenhouses. So the heated greenhouses all winter long, bud, free.
Oh, that's smart.
Put off. They're pumping right in. It's in the
That's you know what?
Right.
That's smart. That's fucking smart.
free heat.
Yeah, all the heat that's coming off the greenhouses run off your computers. Yeah, that's fucking
And they're
brilliant.
growing vegetables, man. Oh yeah.
And they're mining Bitcoin.
I'm
That's a
down
good
with
move.
that, Mike. If you're
Yeah.
up with that, I'm down with that. We'll make some serious dollars.
Yes, just plug and play, man. Just
So-
gotta get the right service. Yeah, the service.
So here's kind of the issue, right? Each computer, you just don't plug it in. You take the computer and you have the computer run with like 30 different users. Now you can switch users on the computers.
Yeah.
So you have all 30 users mining Bitcoin with the same
Yeah.
freaking machine.
Jesus Christ.
And then you do another one. That's 60. Two more, 120.
There was people doing it way back 10, 15 years ago that,
Mike, I have
They're doing
I have a Bitcoin somewhere on one of my hard drives. I can't.
oh no. Oh no.
yeah.
You're not the first. You're not the first one to do that.
A long time, man. Because when
yeah.
it first come out, we remember that there was a
nothing cheap.
program. You used to run it at night, and your machine would process like the data from the stars, and they used to use it to map the stars. And they give a little bit of data to all the people out in the world. Their computers would crunch the data for the company, send it back compiled. Now there's a much clearer picture. So they're offloading the workload to all the people, which is really smart, right? Let them do the work.
That's right. Smart. That's smart. So what? So can we Google when does a iPhone battery turn off?
Yep.
In the cold. Like how cold can an iPhone battery go before it turns
How about
off?
this? We're gonna do
Because
iPhone and freezing temperatures.
yeah, like what's the?
Because you know what we're talking. We're talking about getting cold, right? So freezing.
Right. Yeah.
So all right.
Freeze. I want to know at what temperature it's done.
How about this?
RVA just put it like 35.
But here we go. You ready? Boom.
Yeah.
Apple. Your device might get warm, right? If your device gets too warm, too
Too cold.
If it gets too cold, using an iOS or iPad iOS device in a very cold conditions outside of its operating range might temporarily shorten battery life and cause your device to turn off. Battery life will return to normal when you bring your device back to a higher ambient temperatures. Your iOS or iPad iOS device might not change or could stop charging if it gets too cold. Had that problem. Cold temperatures might affect the performance of your iOS or iOS device, and learn about performance management on iPhone 11 and later.
Click on that. Yeah.
Okay. Batteries don't last right off the bat. No battery is ever going to last forever. You have to change them out just by how they work.
Right.
Battery degradation happens on other Tesla models. All right. Software. All right. See, the phone itself handles the battery and the performance. So the phone is made to say, okay, battery, you only have 30%. So I'm not going to ask you to do 80. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to slow down. That's the performance that they're talking about there. The phone's, it's not smart intelligence. It's just instructions. If the temperature gets here, do this. And that's what happens. Okay. As software and hardware systems built into your iPhone is automatic, always on, and works to provide the best possible performance as battery aging occurs over time. The power needs of your iPhone are dynamically monitored, and performance is managed so that it can address these needs in real time. The system allows your iPhone to reduce performance effects from battery aging. That's just saying that they gave the phone smarter instructions to be able to manage the power in the battery, to save it, and to keep power for you.
I want to see if there's a temperature.
While performance effects are reduced as much as possible, battery aging might still eventually lead to noticeable possible temporary effects, depending on the battery state, level of charge, and the tasks your phone is handling. Examples might include longer app launch times. Click the app, you gotta wait.
Yep.
Lower frame rates, the video's choppy. Increased processing times. Reduce wireless data throughput, kills the power. Remember that happens when it gets cold, I lose it, right? Backlight dimming, shuts the power off to keep Yep. Lowers the speaker volume. During the most extreme cases, the camera flash or other camera features might temporarily be disabled.
Okay.
So the phone can manage that and shut stuff off. It has that instruction.
Yep.
Hey, gets
Yep.
too cold, shut it down.
So we can check your phone before you do the test right here.
Oh yeah.
Here's
Without a
here's
doubt.
Well, here's a control right here. If you want to go with, because John's battery wasn't at 100% that night because he was using it, right? So
we got to get the freaking percent. We got to get a known time percentage. If we can get a known time percent of his battery at any time, we got it.
They have John's phone. We can
I know.
Now we can duplicate the actual test.
Yes, to the second, Mike. To the freaking second.
Please.
Are you guys on the chat with us here? Before we get
so, yeah.
any deeper into this, let's see how the chat thinks. I'm curious. No, I'm serious. I want to know. I'm curious what the chat's thinking about what we're talking about. So I just checked. We're still fanned. So, what do you guys think? Are we down with chasing the rabbit hole here? Is this battery health is a huge factor? That's what I was trying to explain last night. I was so tired when I went to an Aussie show. Battery degradation, Mike. His battery, we know if the phone was a year old, the battery's not gonna hold the charge, not as it would, right? Like a brand new one.
Yep, absolutely. That's why
the thing.
Is it true? Maybe it was that when you're older your phone, they slow the battery down on purpose, so you go get a new one. Is that just
it's just the effect of a battery because the way the battery gets discharged, the ions that leave.
Right.
Well, when you charge it, they get replaced, but they never get filled up.
I gotcha.
So it's like if you start at 100 and you go to 99, then you go to 98, and you just keep going down because that's just what batteries do. There's so much power packed into a small little space in the phone, man. It's a bomb. Really is. If you ever saw one of these things go off, it'd scare the hell out of you. Wouldn't put it in your pocket. No. All right. So we keep going, guys. Yes.
I will.
You know what? He's absolutely right. They actually structure that into the phone in all of it. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I believe that.
So that's interesting, right there. How do we know what was it? What was your control on that, right?
Yes.
So what the fuck? How can this guy even be allowed to admit shit?
Mike, he's not even using the same version phone.
What the fuck, dude? This is crazy.
We're gonna listen. I the one I have is what do you say? 13?
I don't know, Tom, but you're gonna have fun tonight.
Yeah, I have a new iPhone. I never use it. I hate it.
Okay.
Screen's broken, so I don't care. I just need to get the battery out of it. All right.
I think Ian's like, I gotta stop doing this for a side gig. This will be the last time I'm coming to fucking the United States.
No. He's playing in the big leagues here, dude. He's trying to talk and walk the language, but what he's saying, he's tripping on it, man. He's tripping. The dude's tripping.
Learn what to do if you think your battery on your iPhone is draining too quickly. I don't know.
Nothing. You know what this is gonna say if we click this? Don't use the apps that take the most power.
Right.
Stupid stuff. How to prolong your battery lifespan. No, don't forget, John was a cop. Okay.
Yeah.
John went and bought the phone. It worked. Didn't touch it. Oh, ring. Ring. That works great. He didn't go in and mess with the phone, I don't think.
No.
I think he just turned it, used it on, and was happy with it. I never heard any complaints about it. He seemed to be communicating pretty good. So, what do you think about that, guys, man?
Well, the amount of texting he did with Karen the night of, right?
Yeah.
He was texting back and forth with Karen for hours before he even went out. Now we don't know at any time between there was his phone charged, right? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. I see. We can use these phones too.
Yeah, I think we
These
should
are
look at
Galaxy
battery life.
phones. These are my two. One's a 22, Mike, right? That the battery in the 22 is got big time degradation. It's probably at 30-40%. My old phone.
Do you see how important this is? If they can prove that the deceleration of the battery life did not happen at 18-degree weather, he had to be inside for a certain amount of hours. You got him in the house, right? I mean, it just makes sense.
There's no other way.
Right? How is Ian Whiffen even trying to pull this shit and say, well, I did the test at my house and I put it in a freezer is fucking baffling to me. I would be like, whoa, what? You did what? How did you videotape that? Who did you talk to about that? And why isn't it is it in your report anywhere? I must see
Exactly. At this time, I did this. At this
Right.
time, I did this. At this time,
Right.
I did this. This
Like
is
the
the
crash
result
test.
at this time.
The crash daddies,
And we can adjust anything of that we want to we want to test in any way.
Yeah, you have a controlled freezer. Okay, what do you want to drop at? You want it to be at 18 degrees, your final. Okay, you want to
We
drop.
can put it in
right,
pocket state.
So
right?
if he was outside for 5 hours, say we wanted to go from 72 degrees because he was inside the car, 74 degrees inside the car. We wanted to drop from 74 degrees to 18 degrees in 5 hours. Go. How long is it going to take at 18 degrees at this time? Will it take 2 hours? Will it take 7?
Javier, John got knocked out pretty quick, and his body was bringing all its blood into its core. And if the phone would have to be like specifically against his chest, in the pocket don't count. It cold still chews it up. In the jacket pocket don't matter because you can't heat your body's not necessarily heating as much as it's trying to keep the internal organs warm.
Right. He didn't cool off like an instant freeze. He slowly went down to that 80 degree, whatever it was.
If he was outside that whole night, he would have been frozen.
Right.
Like he would have been frozen almost to the ground, Mike.
Yeah.
Maybe to the ground.
Yeah. You would have had
he would have been wet. The snow would have melted on him when he first started. He was 97.8, 98.2 outside the car.
Yep.
And that's what happened, right?
Right. That's exactly.
He was doing circus stunts, tight wire shit, upside down, texting, doing all the shit before he took care of business.
The other thing
his heart rate was elevated. Where's his heart rate, by the way?
I don't know. They have John's phone.
Well, he don't have a watch.
Right. So the other thing is okay, what was the battery life like at 12:45? Could you go back and get that data? Because at 12:45, he was still in the house.
Yeah.
So what was that? 72 degrees? How do we find that out? That's a good question.
Court's back.
Okay, if the battery life is at 72 degrees at 12:45,
knock off the right hand column that's insignificant.
Oh, we need that. We're gonna get that, Mike. Oh, this is good.
Can you get that chat out of there?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:54, 12:29:51, call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now, Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart. Trying
I'll
to
be right back.
capture 6
Yep.
and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date
On this case or on this exhibit?
on this case?
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half.
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously.
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
Wow. This is turning out not to be a good day. Yeah. I'm gonna have an iPhone in my hands. Pretty sure we'll be able to get data out of it. And I know there's Mr. O'Keefe. Poor guy. I feel bad for Mr. O'Keefe. Android, battery, monitor, details, Apple, iPhone 13, maybe I think. I don't even know what I have. Huh. All right. iPhone battery intelligence. Let's see what this says. Oh boy, this is good. Yep. All right, that's fine. Yes. Let me just show you. All right, so this right here.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly.
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct,
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA, SHA-256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belongs to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction, as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100%, at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Boom.
Unreal, isn't it? Unfreaking real.
He's getting smoked.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "House long to die in the cold." You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
Yes.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite,
essentially the same tool.
essentially the same tool. So there's Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrite removed it.
Yes.
All right,
You
could I-
mentioned,
Could I see Counsel at sidebar for
Aye.
just a minute,
Yes, Your Honor.
please?
Slow but surely, just taking it down, taking it down. Alan's getting ready for Jen. If that's even going to happen today, I bet you she gets up there and Hank just drags us out. But who knows? Who knows? But he's just getting taken to pieces. Wow. I think he's taking every word he might have said and just twisting it around on him. All right, here we go. We're back in session.
Go ahead, Mr. Lesson.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we
were,
removed it.
but Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show.
They do still show it.
Let me just finish the answer.
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search "House Long to Die in the Cold"?
I believe so.
Right. So you called it your opinion.
Yes,
It,
probably.
you didn't describe it as a fact. You described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right. So it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you use the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Well, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
Nice.
Ooh.
So you shape
Ooh.
how the data is going
I
to
can
be.
tell you.
Correct?
Yes, we have
Here we go.
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. We knew that. He admitted it though.
Wow.
Yep.
We shape, so we manipulate the data you see. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
These
Yep.
various forensic tools, Celebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes, it's an
Not
opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
Wow. Boom.
Oh no, we're just like topic bombing here, man.
Oh my God. It's like, what did I get myself
You have a
into?
moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yep.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
Wow.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen,
Here comes the
with
protection.
regard to
Yep.
the 22740 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Wow. Dude. He's shaking his head. He knows.
Could we please, with the court's permission,
It's turning different
put the
colors, man.
PowerPoint presentation back up and
Somebody
go
clip
to,
that for me, please.
Deck 26.
Wow.
This could be huge right here.
Alan can't
And-
keep up writing.
He's getting ready for
Mr.
Jen.
Whiffen, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today,
Jesus.
you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I don't. Well, I haven't
Yeah.
researched that data fully enough
I
to
think-
understand it forensically.
I think
So
it has the
you-
ability.
I
sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone
can't.
can.
Bingo. Good answer.
Does an iPhone merely register movement?
Uh,
Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Yep.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you. When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
you had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report,
Correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes.
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
You know, I move to introduce Mr. Whiffen's entire report.
May we approach your Honor?
Okay.
This ain't right.
All this fuss with him, and he's supposed to be an expert, right? He's like,
No,
he's
not.
he's saying
Again,
he got something on one side and saying I don't know on the other side, or I didn't do it that way. Like, so he really didn't do a complete report.
he threw it in his fridge, dude.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much of a no. You don't do that. No,
Right,
like,
right.
come on, dude. Really?
That's big for me. I hope that hits home with the jurors, because that's huge. I mean, after knowing that's how he does things, then how else does he do things? Like,
Hey,
so,
this is great. You ready, guy? Monday, Kerry got caught lying to the grand jury on the stand.
yeah,
There was a rock at 34 Fairview the judge had to mention.
right,
And now Ian Whiffen with the friggin' fridge.
right.
I can't wait till we get Jen McCabe, man.
Wow.
This is going to be great. I'm running out of grapes. This guy did about as good job as the auditors in Canton. Ain't that the truth?
And Helena still lost her job. I love it.
Bye-bye.
Fucking crazy.
Oh, my. So, yeah, we're going to do some experimenting, Mike.
I figured.
Yep. I'm excited.
Oh my god.
I love the split screen.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffen?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking the position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining it as to
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Yes.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do.
Oh, I
2
want
seconds.
this. I want this.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
Sorry.
8:43 p.m.,
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees.
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28.
Objection, Your Honor. Will you approach, please?
Okay.
Okay, so this chart is so
Enough.
whacked out.
Enough for the military time. Enough.
Yeah, but
It has to be that way. It has to.
he doesn't even have 2024 on there. When did he do this test? He's up the date. He has just the 29th. He could have done them on the 29th. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is bullshit.
You see
That
that?
chart is such.
Did you just
What?
see that?
What?
David Genetti tapping him on the back and right on the shoulder.
Yeah, but still,
Oh,
back to this point.
oh man, dude, that's
Oh, God,
Jensen's
stop it,
world of
please.
shit.
It's like you're getting ready to do a test in your freezer, okay?
No, dude. Alan Jackson's on fire already, dude. He ain't even done anything. Wow.
My point, this
Yeah.
this PDF, whatever you want to call this stack screen here,
Graph. Yep.
is a piece of paper this guy printed with no real dates on it. Who knows what those dates are? How do you have a control with that?
Right.
Yep. Where's the video? Like, give me something. This is bull.
RBA,
I'm
correct.
gonna ask. Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
Wow. Come
In
on,
your
Bab.
PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the
Cuteness.
Waze
So
information,
cute.
aren't
Oh,
you?
loving
I am,
daddy.
yes.
And at
That's
some point, that
awesome.
switches to more local location data?
Again,
This
Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stained his two forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25? We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
Good luck with this, bud.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
That big,
And the location
so that
data
big
gets
circle is
more
it could be anywhere, right,
does.
sir?
Yeah.
Fucking piece of shit. What are you talking about?
Could have driven on the lawn
Movement at that time
Right.
after the car stops.
Give me in the backyard.
Is
Yep.
there any movement
in the pool.
when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
at 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report, just to
please.
recall.
I know ways that sometimes there's a delay, especially when you share your drive with somebody. They can
What
see
time
where
was
you
that,
are.
sorry?
12:31:57.
10.4 miles an hour.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At
Measures the person's gait.
12:32:16.
Yeah, how they walk, the stride.
When that phone
Everybody's
stops
different.
moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving. Do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12/32/16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Here we go. The freezer.
Yep.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Gannon asked you?
What
Did
the
you
fuck?
Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
See how much dropping,
Do
Mike,
you
just
know
by
if
being
that
outside?
phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
He's
So at
giving Brennan the
6:14,
wrong
you
answers.
don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
There you go. Good answer.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
What is going on? What is he trying to do?
There is, that is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry, buddy.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes,
Leslie?
Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You had looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. If you, do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
Oh, I
the
don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you, the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight
And who's that call from?
from Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes,
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes,
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
there is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned GrayKey. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is GrayKey used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with GrayKey, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does GrayKey authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that GrayKey do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the GrayKey extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I don't know
Written
on that.
multiple blogs, done multiple
I'm not liking to
presentations,
see that.
webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination, there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is to fall.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when this search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yeah.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the kind of thing that I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
This is trial by X. This is ambush right here, dude. This is total ambush mode. You're on mute. Trial by X.
He made, yeah,
ambush.
exactly. He made this
Yeah.
program, this little demonstration for us, right?
Right.
They talked
Yeah.
about this. They had to have. They
Why
had
was
to.
this was this put into Discovery? Like this is part of like the, was this part of the presentation that the defense was given to look at? The note that
I
know
would
what I
think
mean? Like,
so, right? Yeah.
I would hope so, because this is bullshit.
Especially,
And
I happen to have it. I can prove it
Right.
right here. You know,
So
it just happened.
If it's his own code, how is the defense and not bring it up and actually say, well, you wrote your own code. How do we
Bingo. App,
right?
Mike, keep going. You're right on the
Right, so how
money.
do-
You're
So
100% right.
how do we know it's accurate, not written the way you want it to read things? Now you're gonna pull it in front of a jury without it being substantiated, right? I mean, right?
Bingo.
I don't know. Right.
We've never seen this work.
No,
We've never.
Nor
This
the-
program's not a certified piece of software.
right,
Is there a CRM on it? No.
right. Is it registered pattern? Is it what's going on? Like
Right? Is it trademarked? What's going? What?
Right.
What?
right.
I'm sure
I
it
mean,
is. It's gotta be, but man,
No, but he
this
says
is
he's been
tough one
doing
to
it.
swallow, man.
He does it for 4 or 5 years as fun and as a hobby. That's what he does. He lets other people use it, but okay, use it for what? To get rid of things, to make things appear. I mean, change dates, to do what? What? We haven't had a chance to anybody to test this. Has Richard Green even tested this?
And again, I taught people yesterday how to make a piece of software, and you put the little pieces in it, and each piece you put in it, and you can package it. And this is what I'm selling you. This is what I'm gonna. It's got thumbtacks and it's got nails in it,
Right.
and they're separated. So, but what Ian Whiffen did, right? He took Celebrite and he put it in a nice, pretty package. Same shit,
Right.
dude.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's just this is different options. You can open it
Yeah.
up, but guess what? It still holds the same stuff inside.
Yeah, but you can change it around so each of those boxes can be removed, deleted. Yeah,
Bingo, right? Because you
Yeah.
know what? It's still inside the box that he controls.
Yeah.
controls the inside and what you want to see. Right now, there's nothing. I control what's inside this. There's nothing. So yeah, I'm glad people see this because it's just that easy. They're gonna let a guy give us a piece of software that he wrote. Hold on, I gotta flip my
Seems like a great
fucking stuff.
place
Go ahead.
to take our lunch
Go on.
and recess, 45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whitman, I'm going to ask you to read the report, but the rest of us are in recess.
Please rise to the jury. Please leave your notes on the chairs. Thank you.
All right, going on lunch break for 45 minutes. Hey, hey. Yeah, I don't understand why they would let this happen, a 5-minute demonstration, but you know it's going to happen. It's going to happen, right? Oh, God. So this is outside of the Karen retrial. No. Hey, look at Tommy. They're taking the job.
What was that?
That was outside of the Karen Reed case. Dedham.
Well, yeah, they have the media pass that we don't have.
What a lucky to have that one. Fucking cocksuckers.
Wow, interesting. Now, I don't know. It's 1 o'clock. Give us Jen McCabe.
Yeah, you're gonna see Jen McCabe though. You're only gonna see one side of it. You're gonna come back from lunch. You're gonna finish up with Ian, right?
Yep.
And then Brennan's just gonna go through the rest of the day. But that means you got a full day tomorrow, or a half day, or whatever, Frost and whatever.
No, Jen will take the whole day.
Yeah,
I mean,
But
she has to. She's the key here.
yeah. Well, I mean, how long do you keep her up there? How many questions you got to ask her? Like,
I think Alan's running out of ink.
Like, no, how many questions is Brennan gonna? How does Brennan gonna substantiate that she didn't make these searches? Obviously, they're gonna use the technical side of things and use Whiffin's report, and then obviously we have to get to call our expert later on. But how is he going to establish that in these on the cross in these frames from the police cruiser, Jen, at this time you're supposed to be making a Google search,
right?
And here you are standing right here in front of the, you know what I mean? Jen, according to your police report, you're in the back seat praying with Carrie, Karen, and yourself at this time, but here you are standing out front. Well, last year she just said, "Well, he wrote it down wrong." That's not what I said. I don't think she's going to be able to go down that same.
You don't think she'll use that excuse this time?
I don't. I can't. I mean, I guess does she have to? Because she's caught in a timeline.
She's kind of there, right? Like she's locked in. What can she say?
So that means that Brennan's going to have to filter through the questions to make it not even ask those questions. Why weren't you? But
right?
But Jackson's going to bring it up frame by frame. Do you see that? Is that you? Yes, that's standing me up front. All right. Is that Carrie folding the baby blankets and putting them in the back of her, forward, like she's going to tear that apart. Is that
you walking into the house alone?
Right. Okay.
Who lets a woman walk in a house alone after there's been a violent attack on her front?
The door was wide open. Yeah. Then what happened? I went upstairs and there was no dog.
She didn't get shot? Time out. She went into a Boston police officer's house, just walked right in, didn't get shot, didn't get chewed up. That's messed up, Mike.
But just the whole I don't know how they're gonna fit. Obviously, he has a plan, but I'm just trying to think in my head, like, how is he gonna put her in the back of a car praying? How is he gonna put her with Karen, asking her to Google this at certain times?
Right.
Which he's on camera in front of the cars. Right? How's she gonna do that? You have Karen calling John's phone, and it goes to voicemail. Remember? And she's got Jen recorded on the
Yes.
911 call whispering
Yep.
that the 9-second call to her brother or sister inside, and the other call right after it. Are you going to help? Are you going to come? Whatever that under the
Yeah,
voice
there
was.
was something going on. And the thing
Right.
is it can't be disputed because the data shows the phone call.
And Jackson's going to play the 911 call that was a joke to the Canton PD from the car that's recorded by Karen's own phone or John's voicemail, I should say. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
There's a guy passed out. I don't know.
Some
You know
dude.
who the fuck you were looking for? What do
She
you do?
invited him over there, dude.
Yeah, but
Just
when
kill
they
him.
left,
Oh my
when they
God.
left the house at One Meadow, they knew they were looking for John. So
Yep.
now all of a sudden, Karen goes, there he is, jumps out, runs out, drops her phone. You start calling 911, and you don't know who it is. You don't know who you're supposed to be looking for.
Some guy.
Right.
She invited him over. She's friends with him. She invited him to the bar that night.
Yeah. Right.
And then he turned into just a guy.
Yep. And all I hear is Karen yelling and screaming.
Oh yeah, she's
Right.
she's definitely in shock mode. She's
And then
checked out there.
wasn't Jen supposed to be by John's side helping out with resuscitating him? That was in the police reports, right?
Yep.
Some of the firefighters mentioned it too. That never happened. She never.
Right.
In fact, she turns her back to when John's being carted away. She can't even look at him.
You know what the kicker is?
What?
They both had blood on them.
Who?
Karen and Kerry. They both had blood from John on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karen more so. It was flowing blood, Mike. It was a blizzard. He's been out there for what, 4 or 5 hours, and he's still bleeding out. Nope. It would freeze. There's too much water
You're right.
in the blood.
Yep.
Why is it flowing when they're there?
Remember the statement she made when she picked a piece of glass away from his nose and blood
Started
running out?
bleeding. Yeah.
Hey, Turtle Boys tweeted, Celebrate just changed their Twitter settings yesterday so no one can comment on any of their posts. Yeah.
Wow.
So basically, Ian Whiffen is just calling Celebrate unreliable. I think he's getting a phone call from Brian Walsh right now as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Celebrate. Shut the settings off on Twitter.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, dude. All right, hold on a second. I gotta check my food.
Yeah.
Wow.
My dog. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so I'm just trying to go through all the stuff and like figure out like how's this gonna work? Because I, in my opinion, she's dead to rights. They got her, but we'll see how Brennan's gonna spin this because he knows he's been, wanting to do this. And I'm trying to figure out the pecking order, if you will, of why he's calling, early, late, not calling people. Like, is he gonna not even use all of his, half these people that he put down for prosecution witnesses? Keep it stupid because he doesn't want to touch the medical examiner. Well, this is gonna be interesting.
So I'm thinking about Aiden, right?
Yeah.
He's broken some really big stories against the state police.
Yep.
I think they're just gonna try and run this with him. They're not gonna quit, but they're pissed.
Run all the charges.
Yep. They're keeping him tied up like over his head. Because
Oh yeah,
that's
Yeah.
all they
Oh,
can
yeah.
do is hold it over. You know, he's going to get dismissed when you get in front of the right judge.
Yeah,
Right.
Right.
We know that, but they're hanging that over his head, dangling it.
I totally agree. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Obviously having charges like that hung over your head. One mistake, one wrong phone call, one wrong comments.
and
on
they're
your
trying
live.
they're trying to jack him up. They're trying to say he's suicidal.
I saw that.
That's
Yeah.
insanity, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
And then Wolf, Crash Daddy gets blasted. His family gets put all over the freaking internet by the trolls. His family gets involved. No, don't think the wife signed up for that. We got some nasty, nasty people around here, Mike.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, these people are bad people.
Yeah, I mean, actually watching it play out in real life is just sickening. It really is. It's sickening. Like it's so obvious what's going on. Like I hope the jury. I can't say because they're crazy if they can't see this yet. Because if you don't know anything about it, you're like think of it like you're a movie director and someone's telling you a story. Like holy shit, man.
Yeah, where do you even
What?
start, dude? Because everything's messed up. The
Yeah,
the whole police department's corrupt. No way. The chief
Right.
let this happen? Come on.
Right. But if you knew about the Birchmore, right, and all the officers involved there on the
Come on now, Mike. There's no way they killed a pregnant girl that was the girlfriend of a married guy.
But the truth
No
is,
way,
Tom,
dude.
they did, but the state never pressed any charges. The feds
Oh.
had to come in and do it. Imagine if they knew that. Like the state police that trying to convict Karen Reed did not want to try to put one of their own on the stand and arrest them. They let him go. Same people with the forensic data that used in this case, Carino,
Yep.
whatever you want, Fanning, whoever you want to use, are the same people tied in both cases that try and do the same thing. But the feds had to step in and grab one just because it was getting out of control. And here we are. Going through it again, getting word salad spun around and a different angle, 12 different people looking at it now for a jury. You show up, there's a rock on the front lawn with the name. Like, come on.
Let me run this piece of software that I wrote. Okay.
Yeah,
I control
but
every aspect of this piece of
right.
software. Right?
Yeah.
Let's watch this. You ready? Click, click, click.
And
What
I'll
do you
just,
wanna see?
I'm going to minus this hashtag out of it. So when you run it, it's going to show not deleted or delete, whatever you want them to have to show.
I can make that happen.
Yeah, anybody can. Any code writer can do that. And
Exactly.
If he's running his own software and he's using it, not using Celebrate, but he has people. He's saying that people from Celebrate went over it and verified that was his. That they came up with the same conclusion that was never typed in or Googled. Why can't we just get an Apple expert to come down and testify?
Yeah, his name is Richard Green.
I understand.
We tried to get the people from Quantico, Virginia, like the FBI people.
Oh yeah.
Bev said, no, they're too qualified. You can't bring
Yeah.
them. Can you imagine saying no? Too qualified? This is the world we're in, Mike. We're in this world. And thank God for people like Nan to remind us, hey, there's no need for them to have our names. If anybody wants a copy of that FOIA, send me an email, cputom@gmail.com. I'll get you a copy of it. I mean, there's no reason, Mike, right?
So,
And we know, right, that they're watching us.
What kills me too is that Aiden's I think the same way Aiden does. And it's true that these people were downstairs after John was knocked out, using his face to unlock his phone.
Yep.
So
Mike,
they were taking his
They
phone while he.
washed his clothes, dude.
Oh,
Hold
this
on,
is
I gotta
fuck.
get my lunch.
Go
Wow.
ahead, man.
Yeah, they
I'm-
washed his clothes.
Yeah. This is fucking crazy, man. It's making me sick to my stomach. You know, to take his phone and actually use his face while he's knocked out to unlock his phone to see if they can make a call, if he made a call. Because remember, according to the timeline, John gets clipped, sputters around, unlocks his phone, texts somebody or answers a text or something like that, and then falls down. I mean, come on. Right? Am I right? Am I saying that right the right way? Right, yeah. So good point, Melly, but I don't think his face swelled up that quick. You're talking within minutes, right? For that eye shut and stuff. Yeah, I know I agree with that point, but yeah, it can happen, but I don't know to what certainty. That's I guess it's putting it like this. That's like saying Ian Whiffen saying I wrote my own code. Yeah, your phone might unlock, right? But because if I wear a hat, it still unlocks my phone, right? If I take my hat off, it unlocks my phone. So it sees your nose, your eye, your cheekbone, or whatever. So depending on the swelling, I think that's how it unlocks it. But you know what? We should dig into it more. All right. I know. I'm getting fired up. But
I mean, it's frustration, Mike, right? It's built up, pent up frustration because we know more and we see how they're trying to manipulate the story. God forbid anything comes out that's true.
If they're using John's facial recognition, they used it within the first 20 minutes of what he was doing. Yeah, that wasn't it. Anything after that, I'm sure it swelled up and stuff.
But it still takes measurements of all different reference points.
Yeah,
it'll still work, I think.
Yeah, it'll work. Like I would say, if you take your hat off, if I have a hat on, it still recognizes me. My sunglasses on, my regular glasses on, it still works. You know, when I was going through the checkout line, Jesus, checking in, I mean, going through security, they take your picture now, but it wouldn't recognize me because I had a hat on. Even their software wasn't
has
that great.
facial recognition,
Yeah, but I had a hat on, so I had to take it off to read my
whole face, your forehead. Yep.
Yeah, so Apple's was even better. Obviously, I two different programs. But
wow. So we're getting there. You walk in, they take you. You said you take your picture, and they know you're supposed to be there. That's pretty cool.
Yep. You give me your license now.
Yep.
By the way, if you're gonna be traveling in May, you have to get that new license.
Oh, what the travel ID thing? Yep. Right? Was it One ID something?
Yep. Well, it's coming out. I think it's like May 7th. I forget May something.
Really?
Yeah. They told us. Yep. You can use your passport, but you can, if you want to use a license, a plastic one, you have to get the new one.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. More money for the state.
Wow.
Facial. I'll tell you why, Tommy. Facial recognition. Anywhere you go now, once they get your new photo license done, this new ID done,
yep,
you're gonna be able to get picked up anywhere in the world.
Ain't that something?
Anywhere in the world. You go to London on a CCTV.
There you are.
You're boom. You're gonna be able to pick you up.
London's big with that. Real big with that.
Yeah. So I think that's the way this is going to be too. Like Ring cameras are going to be facial ID now. When you get home and you have a Ring camera, it's going to be able to recognize your face, unlock your door.
So here's my question, Mike. Why? What's so important in that phone for Jen McCabe to look for it and look into it? Why? What do you want in the phone? Is it worth his life?
Right. Well,
it had to be something important.
Well, the defense is putting on the third-party culprit, right? We know from the opening statements that John is going to be proven that he was moved from the cellar to the outside. Okay, so they're trying to establish now. Okay, the phone didn't register that way. It's been up for 5 hours. How could that be? How could that be? These phone calls are inaccurate. But again, this is just the prosecution bringing out their guns. We haven't seen any of the defense. And I'm telling you, this lady from Brown University, from Rhode Island, the medical examiner from the state, is going to prove that John was moved from warm temperatures downstairs to outside.
There's a way to do it, Mike.
Yep, I think from the grip, so how they gripped him on his arms and how they gripped him on his ankles.
They leave postmortem marks that can only be moved. It can only be made postmortem.
Right.
Which means John never hit the car never hit John, and something happened in the basement of that house.
That's correct.
Now,
And that's gonna be a bombshell.
why? What was so important in John's phone? We know he loved using the Ring app. That was his thing. That was his
Yeah,
go-to
so
app.
I think the Ring was a big thing, and
All his Ring footage is mysteriously deleted, by the way.
a lot of it is. Yep. Like
Why?
is like remember when Mike Camarano goes, "Hey, I got there and the garage door was open, I couldn't shut it." Like, no one's really what? Why? How? Who went in there? At whatever time it was in the morning and left the garage door because Karen didn't. Right? They shut everything and ran out at 5 in the morning, right? And then they got the Kerry's car and drove off, right? Kerry lied about not the O'Keefe's not having four-wheel drive. Both of them have four-wheel drive.
That's right. Well, that's another thing. The four-wheel drive thing.
She was like, "Oh, they didn't have four-wheel drive. That's why I went to go get them." No, you went to go. You wanted to control the narrative. Okay, that's what you wanted to do. Exactly what you wanted.
And that's all they wanted to do. That was it. They did not care about John. They were in protecting themselves mode.
And guess who called One Meadows Ave shortly thereafter at like 11 o'clock before Karen got there? Jen McCabe.
Of course.
She planted the seed. That happened. 8-minute phone call. That happened to either Paul or Penn.
Wow.
Okay. Yep. And this whole thing about Kerry driving, it was so dangerous out, and
blizzard conditions, right?
It's just like so much to a story that it's just overkill. We know that it's dangerous driving. If you just were really going there to pick up, I drove there, it was bad. You're not going to be like, "Oh, it was so dangerous that we actually had to take the back roads home because I don't want to get on the highway, God forbid." That to me is you're telling me too much that I really don't want to hear. I don't need the explanation. I just need to know two things: you picked them up because it was snowy out. I don't care if it was slippy. We know that it was crappy out, but you lied about them not having full drive. Okay, they both, and then even Peg said, "I don't even know why she came. We both have full drive."
She said that.
Right. That makes no sense to me. And then to say we had to, so they almost they were killing time.
Yep,
Harry was killing time,
controlling the narrative. Absolutely right.
So you control the narrative at home. When they all got there, they had the story kind of straight, and then you have Peggy saying, "I need you to make a timeline."
Where is that? Where is that, by the way?
What?
The timeline. Where is it?
Oh, it's in all the court docs and the court police reports.
No, they said they made one. Where is it? Where is it?
Well, they told it.
But they said they made one.
They did. Mrs. O'Keefe told them to make one. We better write this down because you don't want to forget anything. Such bullshit. Right? So then Jen makes that phone call. Karen shows up. It's awkward. They were upstairs for 15 minutes. Come to find out, Karen had nothing to do with the Ring. Doesn't know because Kaylee said that she had no idea what the passwords were. No one did.
Right.
John offered them to Kaylee. Kaylee goes, "No, I don't need those.
I don't want it."
Yep. Yeah. And then Kerry goes, "I called the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to make sure that we can replace the broken Ring camera." What? Why would you call? Why would you call Morris's office to replace a Ring camera? Why wouldn't Mrs. O'Keefe or Mr. O'Keefe? He's a plumber. What do you mean?
The Ring camera is just the outside. It's the
inside.
It's what the account holder. It's in the account holder. Yeah.
Did they change names? Did they put everything in Paul's name, Peg's name now? No longer John O'Keefe file. Is that happening?
Yeah.
Now,
or they use Mr. O'Keefe Sr. as John O'Keefe.
Right. They get so that account is now gone because John's no longer with us.
Yeah.
So they had to put in somebody else's name, i.e. the data. It's just like replacing the phone.
Yep.
Oh, it's a lot of things.
Just that easy too.
Yeah. And but the thing is the phone call to Morrissey's office to ask permission. If you were innocent, anybody, if it was broken, why you would replace it no matter what, right? Why would you call the DA's office and ask them for permission? It makes no sense.
To Kerry, it does.
Well, they think it does.
Wow.
But to have stuff good.
Yeah, it's just that will never get to the jury.
Well, this is the thing about the jury. Here I am going. I think of all these things because I've spent years now that I've been doing it. but they hear the app for the first time. It takes them a little while, to make common sense, make it so common, right? Because they go home, laying in bed at night, they're thinking about the case, they're not talking
Of course.
about it.
Oh, absolutely right. Yep.
So why would they say it this way? Why would they call the DA's office to have a Ring camera removed a year and a half later, whatever, or replaced a year later? Why would they do this? Why would they do it? Wait till the defense starts putting up their experts, and you're gonna have Mr. Green eviscerate Ian Whiffen, and try to have Hank Brennan try to cross him, and then you're gonna have the new medical examiner from Brown
that's
University.
gonna be something.
So now we know that the prosecution doesn't even want to call the state examiner because she's so conflicted about how the text messages came to her. I would have made her do this. So that now we have this other one. They can look at the whole autopsy and see all the bruising around the wrist. Well, how they get on both ankles. It looks familiar from what I've seen before about bodies being moved.
Right.
I can reference these old videos that I have of other people that were in this warm to cold.
Yeah.
So it's gonna blow up everything.
Do you think she'll come with a video pre-prepared?
I always think pictures. Like I would think pictures of his ankles and see these hand marks or whatever you might see. Or because how would he have bruising on his ankles if he didn't have a broken body, right?
Well, yeah. There should be no reason. No reason. Hold on, I gotta go grab my lunch. There's no way though, because in Mike, I've lifted the guy at the diner. I had to lift that guy up, man. It's hard to lift somebody up when they're not.
Well, not for nothing. It's dead weight.
That's
dead weight.
Yeah, it really is. So 100 pounds is 100 pounds. 300 is 300, and John was all of 250.
215.
So you needed two decent, decent
215.
people.
Yeah, it was. So his weight is going to be sagging from your hands on his ankles to his wrists, right? That's weight. So all that weight is stretched out on your wrists and your hands and your feet.
The skin moves.
It's gonna move, and it's gonna pull the blood differently.
Your skin, the elastic in your skin stops after you die.
And so then, if he goes outside, say at 2:30ish, and that cold hits, what happens to the blood? Coagulates, right?
Hard as a rock.
Right.
Hold on. Yep.
Yeah, Darcy. I'd rather see Jen McCabe on cross all day tomorrow, by the way, too. Honestly. That's the way I think, anyways. I think that the medical examiner is gonna, if they can prove that if they can prove John was moved from warm to cold, it's over. I know we've been saying that, but I mean, this phone stuff we're seeing right now is to protect one person, Jen McCabe, and it's also to try to discredit the third-party culprit, right? But we have to get through the butt dials first. Higgins, Albert, butt dialing. You know what the odds of that happening where it's actually called, answered, and then hung up without a voicemail? I mean, it's like hit the lottery a couple times, right? I mean, it's just the odds of this happening are just incredible. Anybody with a right mind will figure out that well, come on, And I know that the juror's not supposed to go home and try to do their own kind of stuff in terms of trying to duplicate things or with their own phones and stuff. But butt dials, I can't even tell you the last time I had a butt dial. Can't even tell you. Oh, Vegas was awesome, man. I stayed at the Wynn, the Encore, which is the sister of the Wynn. Yeah, it was awesome. Went and saw Dead Company. Yeah. Darcy, he went out through the bulkhead. Yep. And I think Tommy's right. I think they washed his clothes because of the puke and stuff. And yeah, Tom's getting some to eat.
Hey, Mike, I got a Microdots video queued up if you want to watch it. It's like 15 minutes long.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it, dude. I'm gonna take a break for a little while. I'll play that and I'll be back. All right.
All right. Well, I'll be here.
I'll get the dogs and stuff. I'll be back.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite Microdots videos.
All right, I'll talk to you.
Yeah. Please like and subscribe to Microdots. The best content seen around here ever.
The city of Boston is declaring a snow emergency beginning tonight at 9 p.m.
The storm's expected to move into our region late tonight and continue to impact Massachusetts throughout Saturday and Saturday night. The rate of snowfall is expected to pick up significantly around 9 or 10 tomorrow morning.
Now we get into the real meat of this storm from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. where the snow could come down at the rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour.
2 to 4 inches an hour is basically whiteout conditions.
Here in Boston, there is a snow emergency that is in place, and that means there are parking restrictions that are also in place.
Look at the temperature at noontime tomorrow. It is dropping as that wind shifts to the north and strengthens. It pulls down the colder air. So these are going to be bands of really heavy snow, but it goes on here. Bands of snow, damaging winds through the afternoon. And this here, 9 o'clock in the evening, we're still getting it.
Because of the wind, it will be extremely hard to see anything at various points in time along the way.
And heavy wind gusts of more than 40 miles per hour, making challenging travel conditions throughout the day where it will not be possible to see the road ahead.
This is going to be a very big storm.
Many peculiar irregularities have come to light in the Massachusetts State Police investigation into Karen Read. Upon closer examination, certain details presented to us confront our common sense and elude all logical explanation. We will present the facts to you as we understand them and let you decide for yourselves. After finding missing Boston police officer John O'Keefe's body laying nearly lifeless on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, a 911 call was placed by Jennifer McCabe at 6:04 a.m. Moments later, Canton Police, fire and ambulance services arrived on scene to render aid to John O'Keefe. He was then transported to Good Samaritan Medical Center where he would later be pronounced dead. Once John O'Keefe left in the ambulance, responding veteran Canton police officers Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Detective Sergeant Michael Lack, and Sergeant Sean Good began their investigation by searching for evidence. It was nearly sunrise, and the sky was getting brighter by the minute. The low wind, minimal snowfall, and early morning sunlight provided the best conditions for a police search that would be possible for the next 24 hours. Since it had only been snowing lightly up until this point, and would not start snowing heavily for another 3.5 hours, Lieutenant Gallagher was able to clear about 2 inches of accumulated snow from the crime scene with a leaf blower. Before we go any further, let's discuss all of the evidence that was present at the crime scene that day during the morning Canton PD search and the evening Mass State Police search in total, according to the Commonwealth. 1 broken cocktail-style glass. 1 men's sports shoe belonging to John O'Keefe. John's cap. 6 blood samples collected from the snow using improvised red plastic cups borrowed from a neighbor. And 37 pieces of shattered tail light plastic scattered across the crime scene. Now, envision all of that evidence on the grass surrounding John's lifeless body, precisely at the spot designated by the state of Massachusetts as the point where he came into contact with Karen Read's taillight. This contact had such force that it resulted in the taillight explosively shattering into 37 pieces and the cocktail glass breaking. A violent impact of such magnitude that it not only knocked one of John's shoes off, but also sent his cap flying from his head. What was found by the Canton PD during the first search is quite curious. They were able to locate all of the broken cocktail glass pieces and all of the blood samples. However, of the 37 bright red tail light pieces laying in the pure white snow, they were able to find exactly 0. The Canton PD's morning search had concluded as the case was being transferred to Detective Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police. As the clock neared 10 a.m., the blizzard intensified dramatically, subjecting Canton to a relentless onslaught of 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour. Throughout the day, the Massachusetts State Police Special Emergency Response Team, also known as CERT, remained on standby, poised with the command to initiate their own investigation of the crime scene. They were acutely aware that each passing minute only added to the accumulation of snow on the ground and diminished the available daylight for their search. However, CERT team leader Kevin O'Hare received a call from State Police Lieutenant Brian Tully, stating he did not have authorization to start the search yet. The reason for this many hours-long delay remains unknown. At 4:55 p.m., the sun would set with nearly 21 inches of snow on the ground and more still falling from the sky. With no daylight, high winds, and at times blinding whiteout conditions, visibility could not have been worse. Authorization would finally come, and at 5:44 p.m. the CERT team, along with State Police Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, would conduct a second search of the crime scene outside 34 Fairview Road. There is no record of the area being cordoned off since the morning search, which left it wide open for anyone to access, unmonitored until the state police arrived. Under these conditions, one wonders how they could have found anything at all. However, what the Massachusetts State Police claim to have found is truly mystifying and challenges rationality. And 20 inches more of snow, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and complete darkness. The state police claim to have found 2 bright red and 1 clear plastic pieces of shattered taillight, along with John's missing shoe. Logic would dictate that a mix of evidence should have been found by both teams. However, the fact that the morning search found all of the cocktail glass pieces indicates they did a meticulous job searching the area. Then how in the world during their 2-hour search did they miss 37 pieces of bright red shattered taillight glass, including 1 corner piece the size of a small teacup? And furthermore, what explains the Massachusetts State Police's ability to find them during the second largest January storm ever recorded in the Boston area? Lastly, how was the shoe missed in a few inches of snow during the morning search? The purpose of their visit was interviewing Karen about what had occurred the evening prior. Excerpt from the Commonwealth Statement of Case, dated June 2022, and signed by Assistant District Attorney Adam C. Lally.
At approximately 4:30 p.m. on January 29th, troopers Buchanan and Proctor arrived at a residence in Dighton, Massachusetts, the home of the defendant's parents. Upon their arrival, they observed a large black Lexus SUV bearing registration 3G684 registered to the defendant, parked outside the garage door in the driveway to the home. The troopers observed the rear right passenger side taillight to be shattered and a large red piece of plastic to be missing from the taillight. The black Lexus SUV was seized from the driveway of the defendant's parents' home in Dighton on January 29th as well. The vehicle was then transported via tow to the Canton Police Department.
If the troopers arrived at 4:30 p.m., interview Karen inside the home, tow her vehicle at 5:30 p.m. as claimed, and then drive 1 hour back to the Canton Police Department, it would be impossible for them to make it back before the 5:44 p.m. search begins. Which means they would have no opportunity to plant the taillight fragment. On May 2nd, 2023, award-winning journalist Aidan Kearney from Turtleboy Daily News would break a story that would profoundly shake the foundation of the case and cast doubt on the integrity of both the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Kearney reported the existence of time-stamped video footage from the Reeds' home, showing Karen's vehicle being towed at 4:12 p.m. And he would go on to report more evidence in the form of public records requests to the Dighton Police Department, ultimately proving that the troopers arrived at 3:27 p.m. and were gone by 4:17 p.m. This means Trooper Proctor and the vehicle were unaccounted for a period of 1 hour and 18 minutes, and that they had plenty of time to reach the crime scene before the 5:44 search began. And that they lied about the timeline on official court documents in a murder trial. Quoting Aidan Kearney, "What these people are doing is evil and tyrannical, and we will never stop exposing their lies until each and every person who helped cover up the murder of John O'Keefe is criminally charged." There are lingering questions. Why did the Massachusetts State Police decide to tow Karen's vehicle to the Canton Police Department, especially given that it was no longer an active Canton police investigation? After all, there were many state police facilities in the area that would have been easier to travel to during a historic winter. The truth has become increasingly undeniable. The legacy of Officer John O'Keefe has become a symbol of the enduring pursuit of truth and justice, and his memory serves as a reminder of the power of interested citizens, coupled with relentless investigative journalism.
We now know that the body of a man found outside a home in Canton is that of a Boston police officer. Officer John O'Keefe, who was off duty, was found dead on Fairview Road yesterday morning.
This 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department was found unresponsive in the snow outside the Canton home of another police officer.
State police were at the scene last night investigating this. At this point, it's not clear how he died. An autopsy is set for tomorrow.
Norfolk County District Attorney says the autopsy conducted on Officer John O'Keefe didn't produce any information that can be released yet.
We should learn more about the investigation tomorrow when Karen Reed is arraigned in Stoughton District Court.
We are expected to learn more about the allegations against the girlfriend of a Boston police officer who was found unresponsive in the snow Saturday morning.
41-year-old Karen Reed pleaded not guilty on charges connected to his death.
There was a lot of political pressure on this district attorney's office to bring charges in light of the fact that a police officer was the victim here.
During a court appearance, prosecutors say the couple had been out drinking the night before, saying when Reed found her boyfriend in the snow the following day, she questioned whether she'd hit him with her car.
At my client's arraignment in Stoughton District Court, you can pull the tape. I couldn't even get a police report from the government. They claim that no police reports have been written.
Details that still leave many questions. Karen Reed is charged with 2 felonies, manslaughter and leaving the scene of an accident.
The prosecution doesn't need to prove there was intent to hurt O'Keefe, but that there was negligence. There was some blunt trauma, but what caused that blunt trauma?
Immediately after Karen's arraignment in Stoughton District Court on February 2, 2022, Superintendent Long once again seized the opportunity to speak to the media in full uniform, conveying that he was speaking in an official capacity.
Lose anybody, any member, and especially in circumstances like this, it's tough.
He lamented the loss of a fellow officer, quote, especially under circumstances like this, end quote.
The 41-year-old Reed pleaded not guilty to manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of a crash causing death.
Reed has been out of jail since February after posting $50,000 bail.
She initially bailed out of jail, but was later ordered to be held in custody.
Insisted on arresting her so that they could parade her before the media.
A hearing began earlier this afternoon, and her defense says prosecutors are withholding information.
We had a lot of difficulty getting cooperation from the prosecution in turning over the information that they had.
Today's hearing centered on the discovery process in which the prosecution must share evidence so the defense can review it.
There's a motion to inspect the taillight and housing.
The vehicle's taillight and the victim's clothing, just some of the evidence in the case.
They were essentially giving us the stiff arm.
Reed appearing emotional as he proclaims her innocence.
Months prior to Karen Reed's indictment, where her charges were upgraded from manslaughter to second-degree murder, her counsel filed a motion for the preservation of Google geofence data. In that motion, the defense formally requested that the Commonwealth preserve all records corresponding to the location of 34 Fairview Road for the time period of January 28th to January 29th, the entire day preceding and following John O'Keefe's murder. Geofencing is used to determine who was present at the time of a crime by analyzing location data from mobile devices or other sources within a defined geographic area to identify potential witnesses or suspects. We still lack a precise record of who exactly was inside the residence and at what times on that fateful night, and geofencing could conclusively resolve these uncertainties. If it can be proven definitively that John did enter the home, then that means it would have been impossible for Karen Reed to have run him down, and someone inside is responsible for his murder. On May 13th, 2022, Trooper Proctor forwarded a preservation request to Google's Law Enforcement Compliance Department. In that request, he specifies that it applies to the following.
A. Any location data currently stored in relation to any devices identified within the set parameter. B. To include all account owner identification listed in the Your Personal Info within Google's My Account screen. C. To include all apps downloaded from the Google Play Store.
3 days later, on May 16th, Google acknowledged receipt of this initial preservation request. However, upon review of the request as worded, the defense team realized it would exclude data within applications that had been downloaded from the Apple App Store. In other words, it would apply only to Android phone users and provide nothing for anyone in the home carrying an Apple device. As a matter of court record, we know John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe were both carrying Apple iPhone 11s, and suspect most, if not all, the other parties on premises that night were Apple users as well. Facts that Michael Proctor would have been well aware of at this stage. On June 7th, 2022, Karen's defense team demanded proof from the Commonwealth that the preservation request had been amended to include all smartphones and received by Google. On June 8th, in response, Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally did forward them an email record of receipt from the company. However, shockingly, it was the receipt from the original request referencing only Android devices. Again, out of profound frustration and heightened suspicion, the defense team sent an email to Lally on June 8, 2022, asking that any future communication with Trooper Michael Proctor concerning this evidence also be forwarded to the District Attorney's Office as a precaution against perceived misconduct. Despite taking that precaution, on August 4th, 2022, Michael Proctor submitted an addendum to Google for the geofence application, which reduced the requested timeframe from the initial full days of January 28th and 29th to just 12 to 6:30 a.m., a mere 6.5-hour window, instead of the original 48-hour period ordered by the court. Trooper Proctor further indicates that any records produced in response to the geofence warrant be provided directly to him and no one else, appointing himself as the sole gatekeeper of this evidence with the power to determine its relevancy. How can one possibly be expected to engage in a fair contest where the rules don't apply to your opponents, the officials undermining your every move, and the goalpost constantly moving away from you? This was the dark and desolate road that Karen Reed had been traversing alone for over a year. Then something happened that no one expected. On April 18th, 2023, Aidan Kearney set off a nuclear bomb.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover up. You all know.
Yes, we do. And no, she didn't do it. No, she didn't.
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode. I don't know the exact end time. I don't know anything about the waterfall bar.
Hey, there we go. That was Microdots, one of the best creators out there. You need to go subscribe to their channel if you haven't. Just amazing, amazing work. So the fan is still fanning. Still on lunch. So we can do that. So just hold tight, guys, and give me a second. I'm gonna try and make some coffee. I'll be right there.
You are unmuted.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Brennan, go right ahead.
All right, we're back.
Mr. Whiffen, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep, I'll try
Rephrase.
again. You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS Location Services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data?
Yes.
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of your report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor. Watch the form of the question.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period. And that shared the same latitude, longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
So I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffen?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device, I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browserstate.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to.
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to
better.
impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Oh. Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning off.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 14:10 search, which I'd made. And I'm going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 14:11, so I'll do a search for 14:11. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed. And I can go back over here and reload. And you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, there's no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Cellebrite or another software, but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Lessie,
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you.
do you want Mr. Whiffen to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffen.
Good afternoon.
Magnet Forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
Is how
just
you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Cellebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration that I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Cellebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me see if I could rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave When did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question again is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wicken, you are all set. So
Thank you.
very much.
May we be seeing why Mr. Whiffen is collecting his items?
Jurors, feel free
I don't know. I don't think Whiffen did as good as I think the prosecution wanted him to.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Really do.
Again, he had to insert the program that I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I input this program and run it with this program, this is the result I get. It's kind of what I was hearing.
Again, you can make, and that's after Celebrite deleted the file. So it wasn't even there to find Mike.
So I'm just wondering why Celebrite would do that. Why would they? Is it business? I mean, I know it's Canada. He's in Canada. Google.ca.
Okay.
It doesn't make. I don't know. Just to make sure we're all on the same page. Like changing times and timestamps and.
Yeah, that's
just,
how they change. Yeah, military time, which is okay.
Yeah,
but keep it standard. Don't flip back and forth.
Keep it simple, right?
Yep. So, what time is it, Mike?
It's 2:24. Hey, Aussie's in the chat. Hey, Aussie.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Jennifer McCabe.
Boom.
Face up quick and raise your right hand. You shall swear the evidence to give the court, the jury, in the case there, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone closer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that and interaction with your children, raising them?
There's so many jokes
so
here.
I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the
You're on
room
mute, Tony.
parent. I coached them.
Yeah, I'm yelling.
All right.
I'll allow it, but why don't we?
Yes.
Thank you.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year. Unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
What's the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I
Well,
saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume if you don't know. That's
Okay.
okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3. Do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt, and
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Objection. All right. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece, Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
Okay. When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yeah.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house?
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like where to. And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
He, I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter, John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Okay.
I can't. Where am I? I'm lost. Either way, I can't believe Jen McCabe took the stand at 2:27. I'm. You can't make this stuff up. What are the odds? Tell me the freaking odds of her getting on that stand at 2:27. Who's had that on their bingo card? How do you even how's that even square up? Jesus, wow. That's no, RVA, absolutely true. Absolutely true. She took the stand 2:27 today. How do you make this up? I mean, no way. That's splitting the cork. Wow. That has to go on the board. That absolutely is going on the board. Big letters. Jen. Jen McCabe, 2:27 on the stand. Oh, I love it. Here's a little trick. One of the nurses was giving me a hard time in the operating room. In the operating room, people start early, and things, if they're not exactly the way they were yesterday, they're broken. It's like, okay, so I moved the screwdriver over in a slot, and so it's still there, but so either way, got into it with the lady there, and it wasn't good. So what I did is when I was walking by the whiteboard, I took these and I replaced them with Sharpies. And they just walk up, they pull the caps, and they just start writing. They don't even look at it. They just pull the caps and they just start writing. And I just pulled the cap out. She's writing all these names for the OR time, this person, you know, the shit. Yeah, all right. And she goes to rub it off, and it's not going. I just turn the corner and walk away. Whatever, ladies. I mean, I just don't have words for that. 2:27, she took the stand. I don't think we could even imagine that. You like my hoodie, Shelby? I got a pink one that's really nice too. Thanks to Dina. So she was always very nice, very accommodating. I like Dina. She does a lot. Well, Abby wearing Jen's shirt when she testifies. Yeah, I know, huh? And there is Tim from Canton Cable. He's in there. That kid, I think, is from the Herald. It's Channel 5. I'm almost sure that Gretchen Voss is to the left, top left. She's there to support Jen. I'd be watching her, keeping an eye on her, making sure she's not giving signals or something like that. I would actually have her removed. She's partial and party too, third party here. I thought they were going to tell us what these sidebars were about. Remember? They were supposed to tell us. And I tell you, I do not envy anybody.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You
Yeah,
know a lot of the trials we
hey,
cover remind me
stop.
of that the world is
Stop.
unfortunately very unpredictable. And
It
I'll tell you
is.
what, having a great lawyer matters so
It
much. That is
does.
where a great partner and sponsor
Goodness.
Morgan & Morgan comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why?
I guess
Because
we're
they
watching an
win.
ad.
The past few
They
months,
deserve it.
Morgan
They've been
Morgan
good. I'll let
secured
that
a
go.
$9.3 million verdict for a car crash
It's
victim
all
in
right.
Florida.
Yeah.
A
They just, I mean,
$5.6
yeah,
million
let's do this.
verdict for another car accident.
Morgan and Morgan, guys. Anyone need a lawyer? Morgan and
$1.8
Morgan.
million
I got a great,
after
great
insurance
couple
offered
ones.
them
Up
a mere
the back.
$5,000 in that case. And
Come on,
even if you
switch.
think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Your phone in just 8 clicks. That's it. It can all be done on your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim.
Dude, come on.
People.com/LC Live by clicking the link below,
Look, John,
or scanning the QR code.
do you know about what time that was?
Thank you.
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes,
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes,
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No,
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
it's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No,
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages, or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
here question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes,
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
yes,
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
yes,
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
yes,
and your text messages?
yes.
When you were texting and Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snego, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes,
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
we went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that,
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They'd gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like, thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar, and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV, and then all the text messages that I had, and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall, and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, she had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
So
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now, at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes, now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out,
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes,
How did you learn who was in the car?
because I said, "Who is that?"
You
And-
did you ask the defendant or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant, and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes,
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
yes,
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
no,
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
no.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, "We got to go to your sister's house." And Kerry Roberts said, "No, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in two cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there." That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, "We're going to Meadows." So I said, okay. I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other
No.
than that meeting,
Yes, correct.
and you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was. You had been there many times for the kids.
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
You went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No,
Did you provide her any comfort?
yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going
not
to
ask
get.
you what Kerry-
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car was one of the times, yes.
Now, Ms. Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes,
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
one car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Ms. Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Kerry said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, "There he is," or something to the effect of, "There he is, let me out."
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, "Stop." So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is, there he is. She could have kicked the door, like, "Let me out of here."
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, when you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal. I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McKay, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Goodbye.
There you have it. Jen. Poor Jen. Jen. So it's funny she's doing chest compressions. That's news to me. I never heard that before. Weird. Oh, hold on. Going back.
Today on the argument on the Arkham motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes, if
Okay,
you could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
sure. All right,
Thank
5 minutes.
All right, please.
She can't get up and walk out while freaking Jen's on the stand. Oh, man. You know what it is? Karen's sick right now. Karen's sick to her stomach because of the lies that she
Hey
just
there,
heard.
Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of?
Let's
That
listen
the
to this
world
guy.
is
I mean, this is
unfortunately
worth
very
it. We're watching his
unpredictable. And I'll
stream,
tell
so
you
let's
what,
watch
having
this
a
guy.
great lawyer matters so much. That is where our great partner and sponsor Morgan & Morgan comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000 in that case.
Yeah.
And even if you think your
The whole
case
family gets
isn't
taken
worth
out.
millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. That's it. It can all be done on your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen.
Melanie, thank you for bringing that up because that really does bother me. I'm sure she's sick to her stomach listening to that. She's got to go through that trauma again. She's reliving that night. And she didn't ask for this. Yeah, Aussie. She's none of this is any good for any of her ailments. She's got a few too. I mean, she may look healthy and whatnot, but she's got some. She's got a couple doctors, we'll say. But to have to sit there and listen through the lies, I God bless you, Karen. And she's going to wake up tomorrow with a murder charge over her head still. But on the good news, Jen McCabe has to come back too. So she's probably not going to sleep. She's going to go home and probably have whale down a couple drinks, couple stiff ones, and call it a night. Yeah, her MS, everything. I mean, stress is I think one of the worst things for MS. I think it triggers all sorts of different things. I have a close friend who has it, and she's a wreck. She's absolutely a wreck when she has a flare. And to just get her out of bed's a big thing. I mean, I've been there when she struggled to get out of bed. That's what this stuff does to you, man. Debilitating stuff, and we don't even realize it. And here she is, getting charged with murder she didn't commit. Oh, I know, Aussie. Isn't it great? She's doing chest compressions. First time I ever heard her talk about doing chest compressions. Wasn't she telling them to stop? If I remember the 911 call. 911 call, Karen Reed. Let's Google that and see what happens. I'm telling you, I don't think she was doing chest compressions. Microdose does a great video of it. Okay.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't push anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to come and we'll be on phone, so. No. I think he probably another guy and perhaps got it done in the house. I don't know, but. Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live? He lives on Meadow, downtown. He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant? Okay, and you were waiting, where, so back home, you said he grew up? Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did. Yeah. And so, I said to her, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he came home, and he had custody with me to nephew from the care counselor. Okay. And so she home with the connected with their own custody home. Yeah. Not on the subject of the emergency. Hello? Yes, I'm talking, you come to 34, Fairview Road in Kingston. 32 in Fairview? Yes, it is, I mean, I'm responsive, so. Okay, he's going to here, okay. Okay, what's going on, is he right now? We just took him over. Okay. And who's that in the background, is that someone really? That's just, is, girlfriend, he has children. Okay, how old is he? John is, 46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and I could get a couple of hours. If he's carrying, I don't know if he's breathing. There's two of them trying to, it could be heat and that's okay, can you just.
Sorry, guys.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rentschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure in logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchange about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rentschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday. I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March. And then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you. Mr. Alessi, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
I'm gonna, should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Alessi, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, A defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
Boom. Freaking awesome. ARCA's coming in. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh boy, tomorrow's going to be a great day, huh? Woo-wee. I am shut this off. So, tomorrow, come on down. Come on down the buffer zone. Bring a chair. We're going to chill out for a while, relax. Don't going to spend all day there. Just going to hang out, buffer zone, in front of the post office, down that end of the buffer zone. Okay? Please come down, say hi. We'll be there. I'll be live. Mike will be here. We'll watch what we watch, but we'll be on the ground there from the buffer zone. Maybe get some breakfast. Nice little diner down the street. Everybody's welcome. Absolutely everybody's welcome. You're more than welcome. You can't miss me. Trust me. I'll be there. So for everybody that's here, I want to thank you all for staying here through the day. It's been a great day. Yeah, I got this. I'm good with that. I'm good. I got this. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Please come down the buffer zone, hang out with us. Let's show some support. Let's see what we can get going here. Get a rally going. Come on, guys. We can do this, right? It's going to be a beautiful day like today. It's going to be nice. Beautiful. Bring a sweatshirt. Yeah. Be a good day. So, with that said, I want to show you guys. Do I have a car? I think I have it. Let me see. I don't know where I put it. You guys didn't see the shirts, did you? You guys see the shirts? Let me show you. On my Twitter. On my Twitter. Come on. Oh my God, I'm seeing so much stuff here. Wow. Wow. I scroll on my check this out. You know how insane this is going to be, guys? Let me just do this real quick. This is my Twitter. Okay? Boom. Check this out. I scroll down. Jen. David Yannetti. That's a good one, huh? She's so freaking talented. The lady that does these dolls, God love this lady. She's right on the money with everything. I love her. She's so great. And she puts so much time into them. And they come out so awesome. They really do. Oh, I love that. More Jen. Auntie Deb. More Jen. Well, but like I open it up and there's Jen. This is my Twitter. Oh my God. Guys, I can't with you guys. Oh my goodness. It's killing me. Oh, This guy here with the pig and the bird. Yeah, definitely watch that. More Jen. Hey, they're pretty close. That's not a planned thing, is it, guys? Come on. More Jen. I mean, like, this is my Twitter feed. What's this? No. Oh my God. I can't, you guys. Yeah, that was this morning. So, yeah. Twitter's a fun place, isn't it? Jesus. So, again, come on down to the buffer zone tomorrow. Have some fun. We'll hang out. You know, the world is watching, right? And they're looking at Boston. They're looking at us. And what we do is a lead, or it'll inspire people. How about we'll inspire 1.3 million people to maybe look at something a different way and maybe improve it before it gets to the point where we have it here in Massachusetts. You know what I mean? Damn, we at least got to try, man. What else? What else is your life going to be remembered by? Right? Stand up and do the right thing. Help somebody else. You have a lot of people behind Karen Read, 1.3 million just watching. Forget about the people. Aussie, as the day goes on, that number is going to change because people are still watching it. They're behind. So that number is going to continue to go up. Yeah, I'm just so impressed with everybody. So with that said, I love everybody that's here. Thank you for all the support for being here. It means a lot to both me and Mike. Mike still got jet lag. He just come back from, man, I wish I could do that. He just did like a bucket list thing. Good for him. Makes me happy. He had fun too. So that's awesome. Yes, my friends. FK Buzz. See you in the morning, my friend. I'll be here. You know where I'm going to be. If not, just, I mean, I can't get lost, right? So you guys are really are great. So I'll be on the ground tomorrow. Mike will be in studio. Maybe get a couple mods in here. But yeah, I do appreciate everyone being here. And if you could just hit that little like button on your way out and just double check and make sure you're subscribed. I think there's like 71% of the people that watch aren't subscribed. So it just helps the algorithms. Trying to get to 7,000 subs. So it's hard. So I'd appreciate it. Just give a little like button, little thumb up, little subscribe thing. It'll notify you of when we go live. So that said, I thank all my visitors in my chat. You're all welcome to be here. Aussie, always good to see you, sweetheart. You are just, there's so many things you've got right ahead of them. It's I'm just sitting back. Just, yep, she had that. Yep, she had that too. So it's good. It's good. It's good. So it's good to see you here. Thank you for being in my chat. I do appreciate it. Gail, you're always here. So thank you too, girl. All right, everybody. I wish you all the best. I don't know. You guys want to go to church with me in the morning? I'll have the mod set up a special stream in the morning. If you guys want to go to church, I'll go with you. I'll take you with me. It's up to you. The mods will make the stream and they make it and I fill it. I go and I say, let's go on this one. So, yep, we'll see all you guys in the morning. Maybe, can we do like a members in the morning early before the show? Like do a members only on Seeking Justice. And then we have to stop and start the stream again, but that's okay, right? That's okay. Yeah, we'll figure something out. How's that? So either way, Sleep well. You know, somebody in Canton's not sleeping well tonight. We all will. We're all on the side of the truth. Don't let anyone tell you differently. And with that said, everyone get some rest. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow. And again, I much appreciate every single person that's here. So with that said, I love you all, and we will see you in the morning. Yeah, we could do that, Sammy. If maybe if the mods set up an early stream, I'll just solo that in the morning, like when I'm on my way to church and stuff, and get them on the. They can get me early on the ride in. So trying to, you know, it's hard to figure out what to do for the members, you know, because not everyone's a member, but everybody wants to watch Jim McCabe, right? So trying to figure out, I figure if the members, if they're up, it might as well. And even later in the day, they can still see it because they're members on the channel. So if you want to be a member, that I also would appreciate. That's always welcomed. Yeah, very happy, very, very happy. And I'm glad you're all here, and we will all see you tomorrow. Everyone be safe, sleep well. See you in the morning.